Oh, hold on. Hey, we're good now. Okay, hi. Good afternoon, everybody. How is it going? I know it has been a bit of a minute since I last streamed. It's actually been over a week. There's good reason for that. Had a pretty busy last week. Hey, but in other news, at the very least, we will have the next part of that Anbanar Harpy playthrough will release kinda soon-ish, sort of. So that's good, I managed to get that done at least. But yeah, we're gonna have more streams this week. Now that things have settled down a little bit for me, and that's nice. I was thinking actually, because they updated EU5, the beta at least, that's what we're doing today. But I was thinking in the upcoming few days, I might try out a couple other games as well. Maybe, we'll see. I wanted to try one that Saffron actually recommended to me, and then I forgot she recommended it to me, and then when I put out a tweet last night about like a genre of game where you have to piece together a language as part of the mechanic, she actually recommended again the game Chance of Sennaar, which is like exactly what that is. Like that's the entire game, is just putting together a language. And I thought that would be cool in like a nerdy kind of way. So we might do that this week. We'll see. We will see. But good afternoon, everybody. Hello, Gwaine Saga and Heaven Road and Mr. Overheat. At the very least, how's everybody doing today? That does sound cool. It is kind of cool. And they used to actually... this might show my age a little bit. I say as if I'm like super old, but with the release of No Man's Sky, they actually had that mechanic where you had to go to monuments and like uncover words for the languages, and I think they got rid of it, which was the right decision. But I kind of liked that mechanic, sort of. It got really repetitive after a while, because it was literally you just going around to these monuments and like uncovering 5 words in one of like 4 languages at a time, and it took forever. It was actually a massive waste of time and wasn't that much fun. but anyway, that was a mechanic I kind of appreciated. I thought it was kind of cool where you have this game where there's a language you don't understand, you have to like figure it out. Final Fantasy X had some of that. Okay, so what actually motivated me to make that tweet was I went over to my friend's place on Saturday, and at one point she had just like found her old PS4, and so she was like, okay, we can boot up something, She still had like the full Kingdom Hearts collection on it as well, so we played a little bit of that. And then also Final Fantasy X, which I'd never played, so I played like the first 2 hours of it, and I got to that part where there's the language that you have to like figure out over time. And I was like, hey, that's pretty cool. That's a really unique mechanic that I don't see very often. So I thought that was really cool, and I wanted to play more games that like focused on that more specifically. So yeah, as it turns out, Final Fantasy X does have some of that. And it's actually why I made that tweet. That is not what we're going to do today. Today we're going to be playing more of the Brittany campaign that I started I think 2 weeks ago. Now they did change things a little bit in the update, in the beta patch. We're on 1.1.4, which I think actually released this morning, I think they said. Possibly. I might go ahead and take a look at that a little bit. Just real quick. Let me see. Because I think they released patch notes. Possibly. Where would I find those? Tinto Talks. Maybe it's in the Tinto Talks, technically. 1.1.4 update for the open beta. Literally today. I think that was like a couple hours ago. Did you stream after 1.1.3? Because it messed the economy up a bit. I did not, actually. But I unpaused it, and it seemed fine. So I don't know. Either it's going to cripple the economy and I'll have to, like, pivot real quick, or it'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything too crazy in today's update. They did change the... What was it? I think it's one of the values. They changed serfdom, didn't they? Serfdom and free subjects. Free subjects no longer makes the nobility upset, and I think reduces levy size now, maybe? What does serfdom do? Increases... Okay, so serfdom's like levy maxing. And you get some resources as well. And then free subjects is like, pop promotion maxing, I guess? I think free subjects used to limit the amount that you could tax the peasantry. At least it was. I think it's still on live patch. I think it still does that. But anyway. Which update is it today? 1.1.4 is the one we're going with today. Prosperity is gone after 1.1.3. Dude, what? What do you mean they got rid of prosperity? It kind of seems like it's still there. I don't know. What did they do to it? Let's see. Actually, don't remember what it used to do. Like, I remember the population growth. That seems normal, right? Dev growth, that seems normal. The decay? Did they increase the decay a little bit? I mean, I guess. No, the decay is still... Wait, I don't know. Maybe they changed satisfaction or something. They probably changed some mechanics, some economy things that are going to impact us today. I don't know. We'll see. Did you see how any country can become an army-based country? I did not. What? Oh, they made it harder to max. Oh, right, because you used to get prosperity from free subjects, didn't you? And now you don't. That's true. That's why I'm losing prosperity everywhere. Because the equilibrium is now lower. Okay. Serfdom is now mega meta now. No more prosperity on free subjects, and control does not reduce promotion anymore. Oh, that was another big change that honestly, I don't know why that was even a thing in the first place. Like, why did they even do that? Thinking in hindsight, like, what was the point of that? Oh, you wanna have pops work somewhere where you don't have control? Well, that's too bad. Did you ask the state if they were allowed to learn how to read? Did you get the state's consent to learn how to become a blacksmith? Did a bunch of changes regarding wood output as well. Right, okay, there's something that I booted today's EU5 session up with that I kind of forgot to remove. I don't know how impactful it's going to be. So, between the last stream and today, I actually installed a mod. Because the economy was starting to, you know, it was cooked. So I actually installed a mod that increased lumber and iron output, and I forgot to disable that. So, before I go back and disable it, I gotta ask chat, is the economy fixed, or should I keep this mod on? It increases iron output by 50%, and then for lumber, I think it's like 70 or something. I don't know. I don't even know if I have lumber. Where is my lumber? Why do we have no wood here? What the hell? Oh, here we go. So what's the output on that? Right, so it increases wood by 33%. That's what the mod does. Yes, it is fixed. I don't encounter any more issues while playing. Right. Okay, so maybe I should go and disable that mod. I don't know. It still feels like there's just not enough iron just looking at the prices, but maybe that'll change. Okay, I'll go and disable that mod real quick. I actually just forgot that I had that enabled. Hello Corbett, how's it going, hunk? What do you think is a good nation to learn the game on as of the current patch? Are you referring to the current patch live or the current patch in terms of beta? I guess I should save this as well and then apply. Lies and says it's fixed because I want to see vanilla, not mods. Ah, okay. Okay. I see how it is. If you become a one-location country and incite a civil war while you have manpower armies elsewhere, you lose the territory and become an army-based country. Okay, that's actually kind of fire. Low-key, that's actually really cool. I kind of like that, but I can imagine it's going to be really broken really quickly, and it's not going to be fun for anybody. Is 1.1 in beta? Yes, 1.1 is still in beta. We're on the beta 1.1.4 actually right now. Would you recommend waiting for that then? Well, I know that the 1.1 update is going to be a significant improvement over the live version. Personally, I don't play the live version anymore because I like a lot of the changes that they've added. It's definitely going to feel a lot better to play. Now, that being said, of course it's not quite complete right now, so... You know, they might introduce an update to the beta that's like run ruining. It could happen. But, you know, if you want to start a run, you could start it on the beta, like what we're doing here today. But if you don't want to try out the beta and maybe have your game ruined, then maybe wait. That's just kind of how it is. Did you see how inflation doesn't affect sliders? It only affects building cost and unit cost. What does it say it's supposed to affect? Inflation increases all prices paid in ducats by our country. But you're saying that it doesn't actually do that. Lovely. It does lie, as all the tooltips do. Let's go. Inflation's bugged at the moment. Hey, it's the beta. It is what it is. Okay, let's not get too lost in the weeds here. I'm going to, at the very least, unpause a little bit. Also, this kid is an idiot. That's amazing. Okay, well, don't have favored son selection on here. Nope. Cognatic primogeniture. We should not have cognatic primogeniture. Right, I have to click on this menu here to change that. We should swap that to favored son. That is really expensive. But hey, we got money. It's just a little bit of stability. We have no rebels. We're actually the most stable we have ever been. Maybe we should do favored son succession. Unless I did like a specific marriage. Nah, even that doesn't matter. Not really. Okay, yeah, let's go do that real quick. Favored son succession. Yeah, we'll do that. When the child that's about to inherit turns out he's a moron, so you cannot allow him to rule the country. So Corbett, how's the D&D campaign? Let's see, when did I last play D&D? I guess it was like the Friday after the stream, right? In that 1 week. It went pretty well. Oh, game crash, let's go! Shoot. Ah, damn it. Well, okay. Let's try that again. We barely got 7 days into it. Okay. That's a good start. Let's try to run that back. So anyway, yeah, so I think I played that evening with the D&D campaign. It went pretty well. I sort of gave my players their first, I wouldn't call it a major encounter, but it was like a large encounter. They had to fight, I think it was 15 goblins. And I was trying to ease them into what like a battle in the module actually looks like. Because for some reason at some locations they're like, yeah, you need 3 orcs per player. Yeah, you need to add 3 orcs for each of your players. Like, what the hell, man? I don't know if they can handle all that. So I gave them 15 goblins to start with, just to see, like, could they not die to 15 goblins? Could they theoretically handle 15 orcs? I don't think they can. That's the worst part. Anyway, please don't crash on me. We've made it 1 month. We might be good. We might be good. Okay. I think I just witnessed the satisfaction equilibrium go from 60 to 50 in the span of 1 reload, so that's cool. Oh, maybe that was the commoners, never mind. Alright. So, we actually can start a war with France. Maybe that's where I ended things off. I think we had just fought England, which is why I still have the spy network, which maybe I don't need. We'll build the spy network. Yeah, we'll get rid of this. And then maybe... what do people think? People capacity doesn't seem to be changed. That's cool. We might at some point get rid of diplomatic traditions. It's really good right now, but at some point I'll probably want something better. I don't know. But anyway. Maybe it crashed because you have the mod on? You mean the one that we disabled before the game crashed? We don't have any mods enabled right now. Which one's better? We have this one, and they're all the same. Okay, well, some of these are for subjects, so that's down here. This is, I don't even know where this is. Right over here, I think. And then these are the exact same thing. Okay, so we'll go with, I guess we'll go with these locations. Do a quick little war with France. Oh, coalition. Can't be that bad though, eh? Hold on, I gotta move some things on my desk that I can see the bottom bar. Let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. This really isn't that bad. It's fine. Alright, let's go ahead and go to war. We're going to grab our claims on French La Marche. Once we are allowed to do that.
A player can't break D&D at level 1, lame.
Thank you very much, Rosset, for the 12 months. Wait a second, a Rosset membership without mentioning Vinland a single time? In this economy, are you feeling well? Don't forget to change succession law. Yes, thank you. We did want to do that. I had to click that. There we go. Actually, how cooked am I if I do this? The expenses don't even seem that bad. I will probably bump this up a little bit. And I'm losing a lot of prestige. Guess I don't really have that much artwork. I thought I stole all of the artwork in Paris. Where do I even find that? I don't know. I'm sure it's in here. Oh, here we go. 4 pieces of art in Paris. Didn't I steal like half of them? Only have 5 here. Okay, never mind. Maybe I stole a few of them. Maybe. Alright, France. Let's go to war. Let's see, how many of my subjects hate me? A couple of them, it's fine. I think I'm making them all Breton. I think that's probably why. For some reason, they don't like being Breton. Can't imagine why. It's, kind of mean of them, I think. Okay, yeah, we have our balanced unit on there. Perfect. I do have a question now, because I saw they changed something in the patch notes, and I don't really know how it works out. So obviously, we're not getting the combined arms bonus, but when it comes to cavalry, do I want to put them on the flanks now? Like, does that change something in a meaningful way? I don't really have that much cavalry. The problem with, I think, putting cavalry on the flanks is, if we take a look, yeah, we just have a massive center column. I don't really know what mechanics in EU5 make putting cavalry on the flanks a good option. I feel like it isn't a good option. At least not while I don't have that much cavalry. Yes, where's La Marche? That is right there. Okay, let's grab that. Maybe we should beat up some French troops first. What do we have here? Oh, those are professionals. Yeah, I need to deal with those. No, don't run away from me, please. Please stay. Why do you run from me? Please stay. Where are you going? You are going into here. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, never mind. No, don't leave. What did I just swap to? I think I swapped naval. Yeah, we are 62 towards naval right now. Oh, I think the reason we stopped pushing is actually because we have a large army now. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Okay, so we'll continue to push naval later, but we might swap away from free subjects and start serfdom maxing. Doesn't levy size, raw materials output, levy recovery. So someone said serfdom is super meta, but the way I look at it, like, it just makes it harder for you to extract taxes. Oh, dude. Oh, right. Of course, that makes sense. Anyway, it just seems like it makes it really hard to extract taxes. Because the enfranchisement means that your nobles get more money. And usually you can tax the commoners more than you can tax the nobles. So it decreases, I think, the amount of taxes you can collect overall. Unless you can really curtail the nobility. And then maybe? But if you reduce enfranchisement, then that bolsters the nobility. I don't know. Maybe it is meta. Maybe it's meta early game. I could see it. We'll probably win that, yeah. Okay, that's a lot of prisoners. Do they change the amount of money you get for ransoming? Because they used to give you actually 0 ducats and 23 cents. I don't even think it's worth ransoming them back, because the thing is, like, honestly, I should just keep them until the end of the war. Like, these should just be actual prisoners of war that go back to the capital and they sit there until the war's over and then they get to go back. Because hiring them as a mercenary is expensive, and I don't care that much. Executing them is antagonism for what? Oh, they're gone now. Okay, that's cool, but now you got a bunch of antagonism. That sucks. And then there's ransoming them, which reduces almost no antagonism and gives you, like, 20 cents. And then there's the Hussite Tribunal. Okay. I feel like that's a new thing. Did they add some things in here, maybe? Okay, I guess we could also sell prisoners into slavery, but I guess we're not allowed to do that. I feel like that's new as well. Maybe. Anyway. Yeah, so let's grab these prisoners of war here. How do I detach you from the army? Surely there's a button to detach prisoners of war. Surely they would add a button to detach prisoners of war. I don't think they added a button. Okay, let's create a new unit, and I guess we'll move you, and you, and you, and you. That's a lot of prisoners. Alright. You lots are going to head over to the capital. We'll do like a little bit of escort. There's no button for prisoners of war, and also none of the buttons are new. Okay. Me when I don't pay attention to any of the UI. Antagonism is just aimed at the country they belong to, right? Maybe. Yeah, there is a sell prisoner button. Sell them into slavery. You know what? I think I might remember doing that as Tunis, actually. I don't think I have any camp followers. So I think these are all prisoner ones. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna make them for a while, because everywhere that we're sieging in and around France, you know, it has a decent bit of food. Our armies are not that big yet, so food hasn't really been a huge issue. I do feel like they kind of improved the performance a little bit though, no? Like this feels a little bit better than it used to be. It almost feels kind of like live version. Also, what are you doing? Fighting a -1? Yeah, I guess I could help you with that. Also, hi Picaro. Yeah, maybe I should drink something, actually. Forgot to have this guy do something. Alright, buddy, you are going to help me increase legitimacy. Real quick. Have fun. Give it an hour of gameplay and the performance will drop again. Yeah, well, I think that's just like a memory leak somewhere. I actually still don't even know... Like, why is that a thing? Not like memory leaks, like I know why those are a thing. But like, it seems that there are like 2 games where you can you can close the game, boot it back up, and then it runs better. And that's basically EU4 and then EU5. But like, it doesn't do that in Hoi 4. Like, I don't have that issue with Hoi 4. I don't think. Although, to be fair, I don't play that much Hoi 4 these days, but... I don't think I'm willing to spend all that. But I am willing to spend money on something, maybe. Maybe we don't actually spend money on things. You know what? I'll get like a couple of gunsmiths, because eventually they will be useful. Don't you, like, if you get guns, and you start making them, doesn't the population start to want to buy guns? So, like, you just need to kickstart the demand a little bit, maybe? Generalist uses the Faster Universalis mod. His game is almost as fast as EU4? Okay, hold on. Maybe I should look into that. Faster Universalis. Whoever said that this stream is going to end in 1444, they are 100% correct. Congratulations. Because we're going to spend time doing absolutely nothing. Okay, so Faster Universalis. Is this compatible with the beta? The reference is Speed 5. Oh, what do you know? It does support the 1.1 beta. It literally says it. Okay, so what do they actually do to make it faster? They removed hourly ticks. Okay, I don't know if I want to remove the hourly ticks. I guess it would make it faster, that is fair. But the hourly ticks, I mean, I guess they don't matter that much for combat. I guess. They really are just like for movement and combat, so you could very much make it like EU4 style movement and combat again. The mod causes issues with the army. I've tested it and their calculations are wrong. Okay. For the record, I consider 42 years in one stream to be standard here. 42 years? We trying to rush? Okay, so what cultures am I trying to accept here? I mean, we only have like 2 options, right? Like a few. We have Gascon, Languedocien. I'm gonna pretend I pronounced that right. Low Franconian and Picard. Okay, I don't know if well, I kind of care about Picard a little. French and Netherlandish. Okay. There was an attempt. I tried. Gotta give me points for trying. Alright, Gascon. Do that. Isn't it actually like Gascogne or something? Isn't there like, it's a different spelling, I think, in French. With like a G-N-E at the end. Maybe. Is this entire culture group literally just... It's basically just like the Occitan language, right? Like it's literally called Languedoc. Like the southern, you know, like Occitan. And then make that a culture, Languedocien or something. the speakers of Languedoc. I think my prisoners of war are dying a little bit. Fortunately, they have not created the Geneva Conventions. That's not a huge deal, but that sucks. I actually don't know why they're dying. Let me see, good question. Whenever I research guns, it says like 1.1 income to build or whatever. Then after I build a few, it tanks. Yeah. That actually kind of makes sense. It makes sense in like a weird way, where like, it's looking at how much you produce, or how much you could, you know, produce with this one thing at the current market rate. But then you actually build the thing, so it actually, you know, starts to provide goods to the market. And then the market's like, wow, there are goods here. I guess the prices should go down. So then the prices go down, and then you make less money. What does Brittany do after trampling France? I think also 69, nice, sorry. I think what we're going to do is probably go after England and Ireland and maybe colonize, but that's not for a while. I don't know if they actually really improved colonization. I always felt it was a little lackluster before release, and I don't really know if they've given it that much attention since. I feel like they could do so much with the colonial mechanics in this game. Like, I feel like there's a unique opportunity presented with the EU5 systems that can really tell an interesting story in each campaign with like colonial subjects in a way that EU4 just couldn't ever do. Like, for example, if you ever have like a rebelling colony, right? You have a bunch of people in that colony, they want to rebel, they're gonna fight an independence war. I think that what should happen is that a bunch of the population from those colonies decides to move to some of your unrebellious colonies. If they gain their independence, I guess. I don't know what they would do during the war. Maybe they would like, you know, maybe they would be annoying for the country trying to gain independence, but like, I feel like the loyalists should have, like, an effect, you know? No, yeah, we'll have this guy in charge, that's fine. Because I think this guy... Yeah, this uncle here, he's actually going to be the head of the cabinet, I guess. Well, we do have you. Ruler's younger brother. He is younger, so he will last longer, so maybe it's better to choose this guy. But anyway, what was I saying? Something about the mechanics for colonialism. Like, the colonies, if they try to rebel, should have, like, a bunch of people fleeing them, if they're loyalists, to go somewhere else. Go to some of your other colonies. And also to have like colonial rivalries between colonies, or to have them... I would really like to see them actually develop their own cultures in a way that I don't think they do right now. Maybe they do. To be fair, I don't play that far into most of my EU5 games. We're gonna have you work on stability. Now, what can I even take from France? Should take things that are like directly French, I think, because they are less expensive. Just hard to see like what is actually owned by France and what's owned by a subject. Mostly a lot of the stuff up here. But the idea is, and I don't know if I'll do this, but in theory, if we can fully annex France, then we just take their subjects anyway because we annex them, right? And so if we can accomplish that, that would be amazing. Probably cripple my diplo capacity, but it should be the cheapest way in the fewest number of wars to clean up France. Will give me a bunch of subjects. Some of them will be tiny and that'll suck, and then some of them will be huge, but hey, at least it's not EU4, so they have different weights as subjects. Instead of all costing like one slot. But anyway, if I take land a little too close to the HRE, it might be a problem. That seems like a problem to me. I think the other issue, actually, is that even if they do become my subjects, they will permanently despise me. I should probably take that into consideration. Like, Burgundy, that's gonna take, actually, like, maybe 40 years. Like, when I'm done taking all of France, it might take more than 40 years. It might take, like, 50 years just to decay the antagonism. I don't know if I want that. I mean, yeah, we look at Burgundy right now, we're adding another 125. Okay, so maybe we will take the French subjects. I've changed my mind. Maybe we will not be taking as much of France. I can't unselect that for some reason. That's weird. Okay, so maybe we just take things that look nice. Like they have nice borders, and even if they're expensive, that's just the cost of annexing France, I guess. Something like this, except maybe not with that. Not that big, but we get to go to war with France like every 10 years or something. Not a huge deal. Do Angevin Empire, maybe? Possibly. All they really need to do that, you know, in spirit, because we don't have a real formable, is to, well, actually, no, hold on a second. Didn't I say I was going to do Celtica? I think I did say that, didn't I? That was the whole point of us going, Breton culture. Rather than being Gallo. So I think we're doing Celtic Union. Breton Celtic Union. Antagonism is just a number. Well, I mean, it is in terms of countries actually forming a real coalition for the most part, but when it comes to subjects and not being able to annex them because you gave them 500 antagonism, it's a little bit annoying at that point, you know? Anyway, let's see if I can build anything else. Any more temples to build? No. Libraries? No. Hospitals? I mean, yeah, but do I care that much? Let's check on the iron real quick. So the iron's still expensive, and I think the reason it's expensive is because we're making a bunch of tools. Now, do we actually need all these tools? Maybe. That's a lot of tools. We're using them for lumber mills, of course. Of course, it's infinite tools for the lumber mills. Alright, and we're actually even importing tools. That's lovely. So it seems like the tool shortage is perhaps not fixed. Maybe. It's quite possible. Then again, if I try to make more tools, I don't have enough iron. I don't have enough iron because I can't make any of the bog iron smelters, can I? No, I've maxed them out. So I have no ability to get more iron. Until... Where is it? I don't even think it's this age. I think it's the next one. Age of Discovery, we have to pick up... I know it's here somewhere. Where is it? It's like 100% iron output, isn't it? %75%, here we go. Maybe the iron shortage is, in fact, intentional. Maybe that's intentional game design that I'm just annoyed at. Found you from watching the Harpy and Benar vid. That's crazy. I guess I just kind of assume that most people that watch my Anbanar videos have watched the rest of mine. What do you know? Still have new people showing up to it. Hussite Wars, I actually don't think I've ever seen this situation. Would changing to infrastructure first employment system help with resources going to buildings first? If by help you mean like encourage them to go to the buildings first, like the infrastructure first, I mean yes. In fact, I think that I always have. Oh wait, hold on a second. What? Didn't I change this? I could have sworn I changed this in like the first or second stream. Now that I think about it, I might have forgotten to change this in quite a few videos, which is a little bit embarrassing. Okay, anyway, infrastructure then most profitable. Yeah, I actually do like to have that on. Have you avenged Bavaria? Well, as best as I can. Also, is that a... I don't think I've seen that before, the... Rejou? Might be a new name for the Breton Parliament, I don't know. Anyway, I don't actually know what I want to change, or if they did change anything that maybe I should take a look at. Did they change decentralization again? No, I think that's the same. They might have buffed proximity speed slightly, I don't know. Maybe. I do need to improve relations with you, actually. I've been wasting all my diplomats like an idiot. Like a noob who hasn't played this game before. Let's do that too. Anyway, I don't think there's anything I actually really want from the Parliament. I already have CBs, I have... Well, do I have a CB against England? I don't, but I also have a truce, so... Okay. Well, I guess I could gain more diplomats and just be nicer to my subjects. Unless there's anything I want to take. Equilibrium's 35, yikes. How's your power? 24%, could be worse. If anything, I might get rid of... Maybe auxilium et consilium. Thank you very much, Tenshi694, for joining the levy. Speaking of levies, I'm wondering if I could get rid of this reasonably. Like, it wouldn't be that expensive. I mean, it would make him upset, but then I could bribe him, and it's not that bad. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna support the state. Give myself some crown power. Okay, now to revoke this, it is 43 stability. I'm gonna start putting money into stability, and I'm gonna revoke this. And then I'll bribe you. Please don't revolt, thank you. Actually, could I give you something that's not as bad? Am I crazy, or is this land rights crippling? It definitely changed this. Like, land rights are completely different now.
Money's not even real, actually.
Biz run next.
Thank you very much. I don't know how to pronounce that name. Ordsums. For the $2 super chat. Byzantium run probably when they release 1.1. Probably. I've been holding off a little bit. I guess I could actually give them monetary fiefs. Maximum tax for the nobility reduction when they're already kind of upset. Well, the satisfaction is because of the stability for the most part. Yeah, they'll go up to 45%. So, you know what, I'll give you, like, there you go, a bit of a tax break. Don't really want to lose the stability, that's the only problem. Yeah, I don't want to do that. So we get money, but we're also spending a lot on the stability. No, that's okay. Byzantium's really fun to play. I'm sure it is. I feel like... You know, I haven't really been playing any of the major countries, and... part of that is because I know that if I play them, I'm probably not going to want to play them again, at least for a while. If I experience their unique content and then I just kind of move on, I'll probably not get around to playing them again for a very, very long time. It's kind of like how I played France in EU4 once, like 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago or something, and then I never actually really played France again. Like, not like a real full playthrough. Even after they released Emperor, even after they released, I think Winds of Change. Not Winds of Change. Domination changed France again, and I still didn't play them. And I guess it was just like, hey, you know, I've played them before. You know, they're pretty strong. I don't really get too much enjoyment out of playing strong countries, so I kind of avoid them a bit. Parliament reminder? I mean, am I really gonna give them anything? Probably not. I did do exactly what I wanted already. I revoked the one privilege, which is what that was for. Yeah, we'll just lose the support. I don't really care about this. We will lose 7 stability, but oh well. Also, is the first major DLC for Byzantium? I think they said that at some point. Here, let's get you on serfdom. Yeah, but did I push people too much towards free peasants? Maybe. It actually seems a little too easy to give the peasants things. Maybe I should get rid of hunting permits once I have more stability. Yeah, it's Byzantium, and then later on it's Scotland. Wait, okay, so how many of the upcoming DLCs did they announce? Because I know about, you know, they mentioned they wanted to have the Byzantium one, and then they kind of pushed that back. No idea what the status of that is right now, but they mentioned the whole roadmap. Four in the pack, and yes, they're all pushed back. So all the alliances to be announced. We have Byzantium, then Castile/Morocco, and Scotland/France. Interesting. Castile/Morocco. What a fascinating set of countries to pick. Very interesting set of countries. You know, I would have expected for a Castile expansion or a DLC, if they wanted to do that, then it would be like Castile and Aragon, or like Castile and Portugal. But Castile and Morocco, that's definitely an interesting selection. So you have Age of the Phoenix, restore, revive the Roman power as the Byzantine Empire in the Submersion pack. Okay. Byzantium stuff. Across the Pillars, struggle for the future of the Iberian Peninsula. As a rising Castile asserts itself to evict the last successors of Moorish rule, I assume that means. And then the Old Alliance with France and Scotland. Interesting. So I wonder if it's like really focusing on just particular aspects of countries rather than having like a full flavor for countries. That would be interesting, kind of a break from what they did in EU4. Like with EU4, they would give you the whole thing, start to finish, everything here, right? But it seems to me like these are very specifically focused flavor packs. Also, I think England is invading France. Thank you very much, England. Okay, we're just gonna get our peace deal, I think. I don't think I'm gonna stick around for this. Okay, we'll take all this stuff. Does anybody particularly care? Yes. In fact, a lot of countries care a lot. Man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy how that works. That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna make a decision real quick. Which I haven't changed in a long time, but I feel the need to do it. Subjects are going to use a blended color now, because trying to hand out territory to subjects is kind of annoying when we're literally all the exact same map color. I still don't like this as much, but it's fine. Okay, so what do I own that I need to hand out? We should give this away to be my subject. Or are you a French subject? You are a French subject, okay. Okay, and then we have this that we'll give to you. Do I have any historical subjects to release? Yeah, we have a couple, okay. Who is this? La Marche, okay. You can be a fiefdom, we'll give you... What is your culture group? This one up here? That's unfortunate, you're getting other land anyway. Okay, and then... let's see... What else can we hand out? Is this subject? Yeah, you know what? You can have like a bunch of stuff. You can have like that. It's gonna be a little gross, but oh well. Yeah, you can have all of it actually. And then, I wish that were my subjects, that I could, you know, just give them stuff, but... If we have one that can, take on... There we go, perfect. We just need something that knows, or has a core on this town. Maybe that's too many subjects. Oh, we have to make more, so... You can have that, actually. You know what? You can have all that. That's probably fine. Okay, let's see. Might allow incremental progress on there, easier to develop for. I feel like it has to be, for sure. Also, hello, Irwayne. They have to fix the game if they want to sell some DLC. This is true. This is actually why they pushed it back. Also, who's this? Why are you still imprisoned? Okay, you can just leave, I guess. Oh, I think they were imprisoned because we annexed the country that used to own them. Okay, well, goodbye. Do you have Auvergne? Like... Wait, where's Auvergne? No, I do not. I think. Yeah, you're subject to France. Now Alba would get involved. I thought we were friends. No, we are not friends. Never mind. Threatening rival. Yeah, I don't think we're friends. Could you release Burgundy? I can't because they still exist. Also, what's this? Blois? Where's Blois? Oh, this over here, right. I can just integrate that myself. That's not that bad. Leave France alone? Absolutely not. Not after what they did to my Bavaria campaign. How are these states looking? Nobility insurgents. That's lovely. How many of those are there? Oh, it's everybody. No, actually, it isn't everybody. It's literally one location. And then everybody else is just mildly upset. That's cool. We'll fix that. We should probably increase Diplo spending, actually. And I do need to actually be friends with my subjects. Let's improve relations with a couple. And then we need to make some of them Breton. So you're Breton, you're Breton. Who am I going to annex next? Probably either you. Did I increase the opinion of your culture as well, Gascon? Let's see. Yeah, Gascon likes me a little bit. So maybe we'll actually make you Breton. Because I'm thinking all of my proximity right now is kind of going to be along the coast. But then I have to consider the fact that I could probably annex Paris. And then just, like, have it as an overland governor. But for that to happen, of course, I have to annex these guys first, and annex these guys, and at that point I might as well take Normandy first. You know, it's a whole thing. But I think I should start annexing maybe you. How long would that take? 14, 16, that's actually not too bad. We'll do that. You are Breton, yes? Yeah, so you're getting a 100% bonus. Let me think about that. So 1.78, if we decide to start annexing a second subject simultaneously, we are annexing both of them faster overall, I think. So maybe we annex you and Normandy. Well, do I want to annex Normandy? I don't have that great proximity. How's my maritime presence? Yeah, that could be better. That's probably fine. So are we sitting here because it's bad back near the capital, or... we have no privateers. So maybe I just need more ships then. Let me see. Oh yeah, why does the channel have an incorrect schedule? Well, it's an old one, right? I just haven't made a schedule in a while because I've had not the easiest to plan past couple of weeks. It's like a mix of not having easy to plan weeks and then also being a little bit lazy. So it's there, it's just an old one. I will probably update it at some point. And then sometimes, you know, it's hard to plan, especially because of the EU5 updates. Because it's like, oh, let's plan for an EU5 stream this week, and then they release an update that actually, for the beta, turns out it actually makes it a lot worse. For context, last schedule's from December. Oh, maybe the one on the channel is actually way older. Maybe I forgot to change that, because I do have more recent ones. I'm pretty sure I made at least one in January. Also, is it the Is it like the live stream one, or is it the one on the community tab? The 2019 schedule. Probably a good idea to delete that one. Well, yeah, I figure most people, when they look at it, they're gonna be like, oh, yeah, it's from a while ago. But I'll make a new one. Both are December, actually. Oh, right, the ones that I've been making have been literally just tweets. I've been making tweets that are like this week's schedule. This is looking kind of bad, actually. Could I interest the nobility in not revolting? I think everything works out better when they don't revolt. Yeah, we'll make those, that's cool. But yeah, I do want to make more schedules. It's just like, whenever a Sunday rolls around, which used to be when I would normally make the schedules, then I'll be busy, and then I'll just kind of forget to make the schedule, and then I forgot for a few weeks, and then I kept on... Well, after you forget for the first few weeks, eventually it doesn't even cross your mind. And then I'm like, yeah, I'll just stream today. I'll just do that. Or I'll decide the previous night, like, oh, I'll set up a stream for tomorrow. They say that guy drowned in a river? What the hell? Oh, wait a minute. England doesn't quite own the lowlands. I mean, they own it directly, I guess. Some of it. Actually, have you been making it English? No, okay, thank God. This is not a great time for this event. The burgers are just gonna have to live with that, I think. Rather watch a pair of VODs a week than have one scheduled stream every fortnight. Well, okay. To be fair, if I scheduled them, there would be more than a few. Most of my schedules have a couple, don't I? Haven't I been mostly good for streaming the past month and a half? Kind of. I mean, this last week I didn't stream that much, but... I didn't stream at all last week, actually. But other than that... Armored Cavalry. Do we have, like, the new Armored Cavalry, or are they the cringe light cavalry that they try to upgrade to? Heavy Cavalrymen. What are you trying to upgrade into? Armored Horsemen? You want to become Heavy Cavalrymen. Okay, nice. Yeah, that's fine. Second Parliament. It doesn't feel like it's been 5 years. How's this Truce with England going? It is actually up. Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and grab another CB on England. How bad are they to invade, actually? They have 1 heavy, 2 galleys. Okay, so it's not a huge deal. Their army is kind of large. Kind of large. 0 regulars, though. Interesting. 0 regulars. What's the maintenance on that? 16? Ooh. Maybe we don't get more of those. Okay. We could pick this up. It gives me progress towards defensive, which I don't like. But it is the highest chance of success. And then I'm gonna wait, and I'm not gonna forget this time. Okay, never mind. So we're going to... Wow, these are really bad. These are really bad. Except for this one. But it's also not enough. Okay, well, cross your fingers. Hopefully we get something better. Not again, come on. Also, do we need to appease any estates? Maybe the burghers. I don't want to have to change a policy. Please let me do this. Please, just one positive event. Please? Please? Okay, hold on, 3 days. Shoot, no, it's not gonna work. Man. Okay, what if I take capital economy, and then support of innovative ideas? That's not too bad. And then we get to fabricate a CB on England or Devon. Sure. And then we're going to move some troops over. Except actually I have no transports. Right. Okay, I should probably build a few of those too, eh? Just cogs? It's cooked. Eight of those would hold how many troops? Not very many. Okay, well, we'll build 2 rounds of those. To be honest, most times I just join when I see the stream on my YouTube homepage. Yeah, I wonder how many people actually do watch the VODs. Actually, I have the numbers on that. I can literally just check. I feel like it's usually about 50-50. Like, I think most VODs get like half of their views on the first day, and then the other half over time. It depends. I feel like the first stream actually always gets a lot more. The tactic for better CB from Parliament, just threaten war for a capital and you get minus 25%. Can I actually threaten war? I do not have the can threaten war modifier. So it is cooked. We are not a kingdom because we have no prestige. Don't you need to be an empire to threaten war? Where even is the can threaten war modifier? Like, how do I get that? I thought it was from this. You need to be a great power to threaten war. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, that's not us. I will, however, begin to annex... Ooh, 1432. Really? Really? Okay, let's actually start annexing you. That's a lot nicer. We'll get some decent proximity there. Okay, anyway. Yeah, of course we lose stability, that's fine. We go to war with England. This should be interesting. In theory, we should be able to, you know, land and win, but we'll find out, I guess. Been ages since I caught a live stream of yours. How's it going? It's going pretty alright so far. We don't seem to be having crippling economic issues, although I think iron... Oh, never mind. The price of iron went down dramatically, and I don't actually know why. Are we just making fewer things, or what's up? I don't even know. That's weird. We are no longer importing tools either. How did we do this? How did we accomplish any of this? The demand for tools stayed the same, the supply went up. But I didn't build that many tools, did I? The price of iron also didn't crash? What the hell? Or it didn't remain high? I'm kind of confused right now, but okay. Seems the economy is doing fine, though. Although I don't know if I'm going to build anything. Because we can't get very much money. Okay, so these ships don't exist. Never mind. They can only transport 5,600 people. Lovely. Okay, well, let's get them to... why can't I select my ships on the map? That's weird. What's wrong with this? Can't click that. Anyway. Another cardinal, well, don't mind if I do. Please, 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 let's go. Okay, time to see, did they change the auto transfer of troops? Please say yes, because if no, then I have to do it manually, and I don't want to do that. The answer is no, they still take like one action per day, instead of all at once. When it is... Okay, I don't know why I can't click on my stupid... That's annoying. It might be a new bug, I don't think I've seen that one before. Can't click on my own troops. Anyway, it is faster to move them individually. Okay, let's have you work on this again. There we go. Also, question about Cornwall. Do you still have a tannery court? I don't know. I don't know where I would find that. They did inherit my reforms. I actually don't know if I like that very much. Maybe it makes sense. I'm a little bit afraid of my subjects just doing something really stupid. But it seems like England is also doing something really stupid. So, maybe it balances out. Okay, what's up with my UI? I can't even hover over this to see what's wrong. I can't even like click on my own units. I don't know what's bugged, but I'm gonna go ahead and save and reload. I've also been getting into a couple other games lately. In particular, I started playing Darkest Dungeon. I don't know why, all of a sudden... Well, actually, I do kind of know why. I watched a little bit of this video that was talking about Darkest Dungeon. I don't remember the title of the video. It was something like, in this game you play as the villain or something. I don't know. So far, it doesn't feel like you play as the villain in Darkest Dungeon, but I started playing it. It is brutal. It is brutally difficult, especially when you don't know what's going on. It is painfully difficult. Oh, your ancestor is the villain. You're just there to clean up his mess. Nah, that makes more sense. In Darkest Dungeon 2, you are the villain. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I didn't realize they actually made a Darkest Dungeon 2. Till I was talking to my friend about it, and he's like, oh, are you playing 1 or 2? And I was like, what? What do you mean there's a 2? But yeah, apparently there's a second one. I've seen people equate the difference between the two as like the first game is kind of more XCOM and the second one is kind of more Slay the Spire. where like the first game is you have like this 100-hour long campaign you're doing. And you have these characters that you're really trying to make sure they don't die because death is permanent and all that stuff. Now I haven't played 2, so I don't actually know how it plays, but apparently it's like 5 to 7 hour runs. Forgot to get a spy network, my bad. And I think I still have one on France. Never mind, it was discovered. Okay, yeah, I need to improve relations with subjects more. Are you... You're Breton, right? Yeah, you're Breton. Not super Breton, but kind of. Are you Breton by any chance? Yes, I think so. Let me go to... culture. Okay, so I might make you Breton. Is everybody here Breton? That's crazy. Alright, nobody really hates me, so you can be Breton. And you can be Breton. And you can be Breton. You're just doing janitor duty for the narrator who fucked everything up? Wait, the narrator is the... I actually don't know the relationship. His father, I guess? Maybe I should deal with that first. Amazing atmosphere. It really nails the vibe that it's going for. Darkest Dungeon is definitely like... It's a game where you can tell that they really cared about putting a lot of effort into the feel of the game. It has one of those UIs where it just feels like how it's supposed to be for this game. Another example is like Persona 5 has excellent UI design. Or, you know, at least visually. Not that I've actually played Persona 5, mind you. But I have seen the menu and it looks great. Oh right, these are my transport navies. Second one is good, but I prefer the first. I am enjoying the first one quite a bit so far. Are there more Bretons than French yet? I don't think so. But it's close. 1.2 million Bretons. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. There are more Bretons. What do you know? The narrator's just called the ancestor? Okay. So we don't actually know the relationship. Hold on, pause. Excuse me, that's a... Ooh. Okay, this might not be happening, but... I mean... Wouldn't it be really funny? Okay, no, it's not gonna happen. If you play England in the EU5, is there an easy way out of the 100 Years' War? I actually don't know. I'm sorry, I haven't played England. Hold on. Do you have any ships that could kill me? Probably, but hey, we're gonna do this anyway. Put some food on these boats. Please put some food on these boats. Please. You're not actually... Oh, you have 0 food capacity. Really? You don't get food capacity? Do you get food capacity? Kind of. 8 food capacity. You gotta be kidding me. What do you have? 3 food capacity. Okay. Well, we're gonna use these transports then, I guess. Stock up on food. You're gonna go sit in the... What is this? Thames? This isn't really the Thames, but okay. Yeah, I gotta make sure that we don't starve on this siege. I think England has like 1 heavy somewhere, but I don't think the AI knows how to use it. Actually, out of curiosity, heir to Aragon and Cagliari. So why did I even get a claim on this? Because my ruler's distant cousin is the consort? A ruler's 3rd cousin is the king of Aragon. We might be able to do something with that. Maybe. Oh, we just stole all of London's artwork. Let's go. Yep, that's mine now. Damn. We stole so many of them. We stole the Imperial Crown and the Imperial Orb. I think this actually means we get to become the new Holy Roman Emperor. Sorry, just choking on some water. Nice. So having stolen the Imperial Crown and the Imperial Orb, I think we deserve to become the new Holy Roman Emperor. I think they should just give us the Empire at this point. I don't even know how I got this, or why England had it. But it's mine now. Actually, can you, No, you can't release the Pale. Shoot. It's crazy how, like, they just have one subject, pretty much, to own all of England for them. Does Pale ever usually end up forming Ireland? Actually, maybe they're not allowed to. How did that work in real life? Didn't they reorganize Ireland into a kingdom and then made it part of, like... Yeah, it was just like another kingdom ruled by the King of England, right? Isn't that how they did that? Maybe. I don't know. We are probably going to steal some part of the Pale ourselves, actually. That's really expensive. Maybe we don't. They need to hurry up and integrate these subjects so I can start stealing things from the Pale more easily. But, in the meantime, it's like the same thing with Wales, actually. Like, hurry up, man. You gotta integrate your stuff. Otherwise, you have a billion capitals everywhere. And I would have to actually occupy, like, every single one of these capitals. Maybe we just take the southern coast. Screw them. It's so much easier. It's so much cheaper. I don't even want to take this stuff because it's like infinite aggressive expansion. England still has not recovered from this aggressive expansion. They can actually keep that, that's fine. How bad is this? France doesn't like it. That's too bad. You know, I will say, it doesn't seem good. I might be biting off more than I can chew here. It's happened before. Might happen again. Nah, you'd win. Unironically, I might. That's the craziest part. You know what I actually want out of England? Never mind. I kind of want prestige, and that's still true. I do want prestige. But, I just don't think I'm going to get enough out of England to justify spending all that war score on a humiliate. I do wonder how I'm supposed to get a whole bunch of prestige, because I'm at 30, I'm spending max. The prestige decay is just crippling. And we have a bunch of works of art, but like, they don't contribute that much. Like, how much artwork do I have? 16 works of art. Wait, I don't have 16 works of art. I have 20 in the capital. What do you mean I have 16 works of art? Oh, I think my culture has 16 works of art. Maybe? Or maybe the tooltip is lying, because it says 14 more after all this, so. Don't you need prestige for kingdom title? I do, yes. I do need prestige for kingdom title, and I would like kingdom title. Who is this? Well, that would give me prestige. Unfortunately, I may have to, might have to marry off all of my children. Have enough prestige. Also, who's the most promising son? You're slow. You're just some guy, I guess. I think you were... Yeah, you were the idiot. That's why your stats are low. You're slow. So your stats are low. Hey, at least one kid isn't an idiot. That's good. What do you have? Rowdy? Guess what? You're gonna be like the only heir that I think it's worth having. I might give you an expensive education. The rest are idiots, but hey. At least one kid isn't. Okay, so I'm gonna say no to that. What I might do... This might not work, actually. Like, I should have her marry off to somebody for prestige, but I have to wait. I have to time that perfectly. I should join a foreign order. That's monthly prestige, army morale, military. Diplo rep, military, monthly prestige. So it's morale or diplo rep? I'll take the morale. Yeah. So now I think if I put him in charge of an army, maybe he does that. But anyway, that helps with the monthly prestige a bit. I guess I just have to keep on creating more artwork. You can make your bad heirs take vows, but you have to remember to not marry them or you won't be able to do it? Really? You can take vows. Oh. Yeah, I guess so. Also, I know I'm a bit late, but good afternoon, John Burr, as well. So I realize I've never played France even during the EU4 days. There's just something about playing a big country that makes me feel like I've already skipped forward into the gameplay loop, you know? At a certain point, when you're going to take a bunch of stuff from a country, I feel like this UI becomes entirely meaningless. I don't know how they would do this, but maybe they should have like a button on the side here that's like a map mode that's like, hey, if you take this peace deal, this is what the antagonism will look like. That might be a little hard to do, but if they could pull that off, that would be nice. When's the last time you did a what? A desk pop? I don't even know what that means. It's kind of weird that England, like, we have 95% war score against them. And yet, they still won't surrender to a 100% peace deal. I guess we'll take this. Alright, didn't I say I was going to remove something? Yeah, the hunting permits. Maybe the commoners, in fact, do not need the hunting permits. Because we're going to do serfdom. Let's say minus 40? Really? Just for that? Okay, buddy. Alright, man. Discharged a firearm at your desk, of course. God, I don't own any, so... So never, I guess. Okay, what's your problem? Would leave the recipient too fractured. I had a feeling that would be it. But the question is, like... Like, where? Like, what do you mean? Will leave the recipient too fractured, and then you look inside, and it actually doesn't do that at all? What do you mean? What could I do that makes you unfractured? Oh, it's this, isn't it? It's this one stupid little piece of... Okay. Alright, buddy. Alright, man. Never mind, it's because like this one little piece here. Which is coastal, by the way. Just saying. But anyway. Alright, that looks fine to me. I'm gonna save, because I actually don't have a good handle on what that antagonism's gonna look like. It might be kind of bad. This is a really big chunk of England. I also still feel like it's kind of weird that you don't get prestige automatically in wars for like winning a major war and enforcing a bunch of concessions. Like taking a bunch of land doesn't give you prestige. Anyway, this looks like it could be pretty bad. Yeah, that seems like it could be pretty bad. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. How bad is that? Ooh, that's crazy. I may have made a mistake. Nah, we're chillin'. we are so fine. You have no idea. We are absolutely chillin'. Are you independent, Burgundy? Did you gain independence from France? You did. Impressive. Wait, so who's this? Also Burgundy. We have Burgundy and Burgundy. Oh, you're Provence. And you formed Burgundy. I don't have a mod enabled, do I? Can you just do that? Can you form Burgundy as Provence? I guess so. Huh. Okay, so I think we're not gonna fight anybody for a while. I think we're done fighting for quite a bit. Who's this? A Welsh subject. Maybe we don't make a Welsh subject right now. Cornwall, congrats. You get to become Big Cornwall once I actually have diplomats, because I kind of forgot that I need to do that. There be infinite Burgundies? I think you can have at least 3 Burgundies. Probably. Because there's a Burgundy tag at the beginning that I think is a subject of France, always. And then you can form Burgundy, but then actually if you take Burgundy, and you release another country out of it... Wait, is there a province called Burgundy? Ooh, maybe there isn't. If there isn't an actual province called Burgundy, then I don't think you can make infinite Burgundies. Okay, well, let's start off by making some custom subjects. I think I want to have one that's kind of like this. Oh, can't do that. Cannot create this subject. Right, because I am technically in a war against this random revolter tag. That's nice. There were 2 Burgundies in real life. Were there 2 Burgundies in real life? What did they have, upper and lower Burgundy? What's their culture? They should be Provençal? There. Provençal. That's the culture. Me when, I was gonna say me when English, but actually that's not even English. What are you? Bourguignon? Okay, you're done now, right? Civil war over? Please end the war. Please make the AI finish wars. Please force them to do that. Please. Really? Please. 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 I can't end this war, you have to do it. Please end this war. We're at 100%. Please end this war. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so now I can actually release subjects and give Cornwall what I want to give them. You can have this. Ooh, this is not actually a lot of Cornish pops. I thought we'd have more Cornish pops here. Right, okay. Where does one really even define Cornwall? What counts as Cornwall? What is the platonic ideal of Cornwall? Does it end over here? Does it end over here? Also, I just realized, yeah, we get a lot of... these are all Celtic names, aren't they? Like, everything we took, I think, has its own Celtic name. None of these look English. gonna double check the history of Cornwall to see, like, how do they define Cornwall? How far does it go? What if we give them as far as Dumnoni? Like, where the old Celtic tribe of Dumnoni used to be. Turns out Cornwall itself is actually not that big. Give it all of England. I don't know about all that. I think it would be neat, actually. Hey, maybe we'll get an update for something like this, but at some point, I think it would be neat if we could define, like, different kinds of subjects that become, like, administrative zones, and then they get to have their own cultures, because I think it's cooler than having one culture be, like, the culture. But then again, I guess that's not really how it worked, did it? If Brittany owned subjects in Cornwall and southern England, they wouldn't become more Cornish, would they? They'd probably become more Breton. Probably. Unless we decided to do something where, like, oh, we get to make a hybrid culture. That would be cool. I think we should get hybrid cultures, to be honest. Yeah, Cornwall, as it turns out, is actually really small. So, I'm gonna give him a little bit more, but maybe not too much more. There you go, buddy. Big Cornwall. And then we'll make another subject here. And I actually want to give them mostly coastal areas. Let me think about that. No, never mind. Never mind. What we're gonna do is just, like, release subjects for different regions. So we'll give you this as a fiefdom. And we'll release... We'll release this as a fiefdom. Sussex can actually have Surrey, and you can have, like, this stuff. And then Wessex can actually have the rest. Yeah, that's probably fine. And then I'll do the same thing to London that I did to Paris, which is, like, I make it its own thing. Because I think what I would need... Well, actually, I could build a naval governor there. But I'm gonna do that after I get a subject to integrate it for me, because it takes ages to integrate a city, and I don't want to do that. When I watch you stream, it makes me wonder whether I'm crazy for making just about every province its own subject. That's not a crazy thing to do. That actually makes a lot of sense. And it's not a bad idea. But at the same time, it's like when you make a larger subject, it takes up less capacity. Like, the more subjects you have, obviously they all have this base value thing here. So if you turn every single one of them into a subject, then you're going to use more capacity, but it will be easier to integrate them. So it's a bit of a toss-up there. Royal marriage between the heir in there and our daughter. I don't think we want to do that yet. She has a good few years before she has to be married off. So I'm going to try and get, I don't know, maybe 45 prestige or something by then. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not shocked at the independence movement, actually. Right, we should pick up the bureaucracy law. We love decentralized bureaucracy. We love monthly prosperity. Carcass, I don't know what you're asking. You're asking annex subject question mark, but I'm already annexing 2 subjects. And if I annex another one, then it's going to cripple the annexation speed. Yeah, I don't know if I should convert more subjects to Breton right now. I think I've converted most of them already. Let's see. Most of them, yeah. I might decide to... I don't know, do I want to flip Cornwall to Breton? Maybe. There's a decent chance of me integrating Cornwall relatively soon, just because they're kind of close to the capital. So maybe that's not a bad idea. They won't like me for a while, but that's okay. Is this 1.1.4? Yes, it is. Illicit line. Not a fan of the culture mechanics in CK3, they're so weird. The culture mechanics are... they're a little bit odd, yeah. I don't really play that much CK3 when I really think about it. I think the last time I really tried to play CK3 was actually when they released the DLC, the Asia expansion. I did that stream, I made that video of course, but I don't think I've actually played it since. It's been a long time. But one of my friends in real life who, like, I didn't even think he was a Paradox gamer, you know, I've known him for years. I think I actually went to elementary school with this guy. But, you know, he wasn't really much of a Paradox gamer, I didn't think, but he's like, yeah, I've been playing some CK3. He's been playing some CK3 recently, and I think he was talking about Victoria 3 as well. I was like, fascinating. CK3, you say? We might have indoctrinated another one. Let's go. We should play more CK3 on stream, to be honest. Those are my favorite of your streams. Really? I didn't know people even watch my CK3 stuff. Like, I don't actually go back and check them, really. We'll just go ahead and actually pass this. Yeah, we'll do, maybe we won't do that. It's making the commoners upset. Communal values, that's fine. That's cool. But anyway, yeah, I actually, like, I don't play CK3 that much. Especially on the channel, so I'm surprised to hear that. The minus 10 prestige? That's crippling, man. That's actually brutal. I need prestige. The game keeps taking prestige from me. But I need to keep it. Here we go. New subject annexed. How's the proximity looking? Horrendous. Lovely. Yeah, that's really not too great. Only 55% on that. With a max control of... Actually, 94% is not even that bad, but I figure it's about to go down. Or not, actually. It's integrated Let's just wait a month. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so this stuff, it's not Breton, is it? No, it's a little bit Breton, but it's mostly ancien. Right. Yeah, that's not great. So we probably should not integrate too much further into France, otherwise we're just gonna have to pay a bunch of money for court and stuff like that. CK3 isn't really Paradox, more Paradox Light. It's a really good... Okay, think of it like this. CK3 is the gateway drug of Paradox games. Alright, you play CK3, and then you're like, wow, this game is cool. I should play more map games. And then you start playing EU4, and before you know it, you're opening spreadsheets to figure out the most optimal army composition in EU5. I'm really struggling between this 5 prestige or loyal subjects, if you can't tell. Because that would make it a lot cheaper to integrate this subject, but like, do I actually care? I'm not in like a mad rush to annex subjects, it's not like it's EU4. So you know what, I'm gonna take the prestige, because I'm trying to stack prestige right now. Now are you Breton? Yes, excellent. I'm gonna annex you, probably. Yeah, you have really, really good harbor capacity, so that's gonna work out. Pause. Ooh, 1 day left, 2 days left. I still got it. Okay, I don't want to lose prestige. I will take this option. Let's see, anything to build right now? Always build more tool workshops. Hold on. There we go. Alrighty, perfect. Anything else to build right now? Marketplaces? Sure. Right, we have stuff over here to build up. Temples, of course. Libraries. That's good. Actually, I guess I could build more towns, couldn't I? I could even make more cities. Like, this could be a city. Although, usually I build cities when something has reached the building capacity. Because other than that, unless I'm really trying to stack a location pretty quickly, I don't really need it to be a city. I guess I could get like 5% more max control. But for the most part, I don't think I really need to make more towns. What I should do is stack more granaries, because they seem to actually give you a lot of pop growth. Unless they change that again. I don't know, they might have. You have canals. No, we haven't researched them yet. You think EU5 is more of a spreadsheet simulator than EU4? Yeah, I'd say so. Like, there are just so many more things to keep track of than in EU4. EU4 has like a couple of really poor modifiers, but EU5 has like 20 really important modifiers. I think it's more of a spreadsheet simulator in the sense where, like, there are systems which influence other systems in a way that EU4 just doesn't have. Also the fact that it's, like, more incremental rather than... and a lot of background processes as well. Incremental changes, background processes, a lot of, like, growth over time graphing, that kind of stuff. Stellaris on console was my first Paradox experience. That might be a unique experience, maybe. I do every now and then forget that they make, like, the console versions of a lot of Paradox games. Console EU4 when? Console EU5 when? That would be crazy. Okay, we actually are going to improve relations because we have a large coalition to dissuade from attacking us. Loved your Manor Lords video. I'm glad some people did. It turns out it's not a super popular game, but that's okay. I think EU5 would be impossible to play on console. Well, not with that attitude. Man, my poor prestige. Lack of threatening rivals. Okay, hold on. Oh shoot, no, they're kind of right. We actually have no threats. We've become too powerful. Actually, we haven't become too powerful, but we're kinda getting there. Like how 100% complacency gives you 100% prosperity everywhere? How long would it take to annex you? That's a long time. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Isn't Prison Architect also on console? Okay, that's true. Kind of forgot about Prison Architect. I'm not sure that I ever actually played it. I'm thinking of a game that might not be it, though. It was kind of like a prison game, but I think it was more like a prison simulator game where, like, you were a prisoner. And you could simulate, like, jailbreaks. But I don't remember what that was called. I don't know, it's like a somewhat old game, like at least a decade old. The Escapists, that's it. I played that. How much prestige would we get out of this? It was 5.2. Okay, there's gotta be a way for me to, like, coordinate using all of my potential marriages to get up to 50 prestige. There's gotta be a way to do that. We need roughly 20 prestige. Crossing my fingers, every now and then they do give you an event Canonize a saint. Pretty sure that gives you stability and prestige. Even if I did, what would that do? Who knows? I don't have enough. You know, for some reason I thought I would get more religious influence by having more cardinals. Why do I only have one cardinal? Thought I had one in my capital. Did they revoke my cardinal? Did he die, maybe? Maybe. Okay, never mind. RimWorld? Yeah, no, it was The Escapist, but I have played a bit of RimWorld. I played some, I think it was mostly, like a few months ago. I really got into RimWorld for a couple of days. I gotta try to play more games like that. Like there's RimWorld, another game that kind of seems RimWorld-esque, but not really, is Kenshi. I actually do have Kenshi, and I played a little bit of it. Now, what else do I want here? Probably coastal forts. Probably good to pick up. Coastal forts and protected harbors. Ooh, monthly prestige. Don't mind if I do. I mean, yeah, we do want the Pound Lock Canal. Oh, I already have protected harbors, okay. What else do I want then? I guess we do want that. Just one for the capital. Probably fine for now, but yeah, no, it's probably fine. I guess I'll pick this up too. Sure. Next stage isn't for a bit anyway. Poundlock Canal's not that strong with the nerfs they made, that is true. Certainly isn't as good as it used to be. Rights of the nobility. Do the nobility deserve rights? No, but we're going to give them something anyway. Yeah, we are... I mean, I guess we could enact this. It doesn't really do too much. Could also get more serfdom, that's true. Fort maintenance reduction, serfdom increase, noble power and satisfaction. That's not too bad. Didn't this used to give you reduced control or something? I don't know. Yeah, I guess that doesn't really make too much of a difference. We'll pick up the Rural Noble Authority, actually. That's fine. And the reason we're doing that is to serfdom max. We want more serfdom. And when we get more serfdom, it'll make them even happier. Yeah, chat just kind of fluctuates. Also, this is a pretty normal chat speed for like 120 people. It even seems a little more active than usual. Well, let's see, who's next to annex here? We'll wait a month for this. See, there we go. So, like, this has... Wait, no, this is what I'm thinking of. This is gonna have good harbor capacity. Let's see. Continuing to annex subjects may or may not be a good idea. The only ones I would consider right now might be like Aquitaine and Normandy, maybe. Possibly Cornwall. The only problem is, like with Normandy, I would like to make this a governor, but it's not on the coast. Thank you very much, Normandy. That's cool. I mean, it's not like we can... Oh, never mind. Yes, we can. we can actually make a local governor there. What do you know? I guess maybe what we could do is integrate Normandy and then put a local governor here. Maybe. And then we'd get like some proximity. Are these decent ports? They're alright ports. It's like a band-aid solution, but it will at least allow me to pick up a few more subjects here, like to annex them. So maybe it's not the end of the world. Maybe it's not that bad. What is bad is actually how long it takes to integrate Normandy. That kind of sucks. And I think it's because they don't get the speed change from being a small country yet. We'll swap that out, and we will try to make more countries like me, more subjects like me. Is 120 really this dead? I don't watch streams that much. Honestly, I don't really watch streams that much either, so like, I don't know. Lurking is a time-honored tradition, that's true. I get a lot of people who say like, oh, I watch it while I'm at work. Because like, when you're in a stream, it's not like all 120 people are typing in chat. A lot of people will just join and like, not really say anything, which is totally cool. They're just here to watch the stream. Oh, yeah. So I guess it's just a conversation about like, yeah, so streaming isn't necessarily always like everybody in the chat interacts. A lot of people choose to just kind of be here to tune into the stream. It's almost in a sense, you know how like there are a lot of radio stations that you can like call into, and some people will choose to call into them. They'll like have a chat with the host. But a lot of people will also just, like, listen to the host chat with other people who call in. Like, not everybody who listens wants to actively participate. They just want to be there and see what's up. Shout out to the lurkers. If you're a lurker right now, then expose yourself and for 3 seconds unlurk. Send one chat if you're a lurker. See, there we go. Am I a lurker even not being at work? You don't have to be at work to be a lurker. You can be a lurker if you're just kind of like off doing something else. I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit of a lurker in most chats. But the reason I tend to be a lurker is because, like, a lot of the streams I'll watch are of people who also play Paradox games. And so, like, if I pop into their chat and I say hi, and especially if it's somebody that I don't talk to a lot, I'm afraid, like, I don't want to draw attention away. Because there might be people in their chat who know who I am, and they're going to be like, oh my god, it's Quarbit. Holy shit. And then that'll, like, derail the stream for the streamer, and I don't want to do that to them. Like, I don't mind when people do that to me, to be clear. But I don't want to do that to other people. So sometimes I'll pop into people's chats, but a lot of the time I will lurk. Rules for you, but not for others. I mean, I guess. I really don't mind if other people do. But, like, that's, it's sort of like a per-person basis, you know? Like, I'm fine with it, but that doesn't mean I can assume other people are fine with it. Okay, I think once we get some maritime presence up in here, we should be fine. You actually don't need to be in Cornwall. Maybe I do have good presence here. Yeah, okay. Even though we have good presence, moving from the capital into here is still minus 40. That's crazy. Even with harbor administration, eh? Alrighty. You know what? I'm actually going to push a little bit more naval. We can push all the way to 0.91, and I think I would like that. Do you not have a second account for that problem? Honestly, no. Like, I just use the one account for everything. Ooh, I really want to accept these, but then I have to spend prestige, and I don't want to spend prestige because I want to become an empire or a kingdom. Also, we have silver here? Hold on. We do have silver here. That's crazy. Slap that down. Let me just do a little wealth check real quick. That's silk? Yep. Ooh, hold on, that's a town that produces silk? Why are you a town if you produce silk? Have you considered not being a town? I kind of like the silk production. But I can't downgrade it because there's separatism. Shoot. Okay, you know what? You can also have a bailiff because they're pretty much free. Be careful with the notepad if you only have one PC. Oh, is that a reference? I think I saw that, like, what was that, 2 weeks ago or something? I don't remember the guy's name, but like, yeah, insane incident. Okay, I do have a little bit of inflation. Do I have planned to go to war again? Honestly, no. I am not going to war again. Not for a little bit. Not for a little bit, at least. I don't think so. Let's stop improving relations with you. We can stop improving relations over there. And then, I think there was like a third country. Yeah, the Palatinate. We are going to improve relations with a couple of countries, so that I don't have the Giga Coalition descend upon me. Quick little war to humiliate some people? Maybe. That's not a bad idea, actually. How quick can a quick war be? A quick war could be quick. Why are you English? Okay, maybe we could get a CB against this guy, against Savoy, which is very far away from Savoy at this point, I think. Well, it's not that far away, but anyway, a war against these guys, and then I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 humiliates, I think. That should be enough prestige. If I do get to humiliate each of them, which I hope I do. I could balance the budget, but I might have to give quite a few concessions if I do that. We'll hold on to that, that's fine. We'll do this. Okay, so if I get 10 prestige from every humiliate... Ooh, and another 5 prestige? Must be my birthday. Okay, Savoy. We're getting a CB, and we're gonna use that CB to go to war. Why is Bohemia weak? What the hell's going on here? What? What have they done to you, my son? Genuinely, what did they do? How are you losing a war against Hungary? You're Bohemia. What even happened? Denmark looking good. I don't even know how they did this. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. Coalition? Oh, maybe it's a coalition. Nope, just the Hungary-Bohemia War. Neither side is particularly happy right now. But Hungary is winning. That's kind of crazy. Anyway, Savoy. I don't even think I have to do anything. Pretty sure my subjects have it handled. Now what I should do is probably get, I don't know, be like one of these. Maybe like one of these. Right, precious metal distribution. What do I want to do with this? So we are going to get ourselves like 43% effective control here, which gives us a pretty solid tax base to work with. Speaking of which, high nobility, that's a lot of happiness. Maybe I should tax you more. Oh, never mind. They're happy because of sponsoring the noble arts. Okay. Well, anyway. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so prestige or precious metal distribution. What do I want to do for that? How much do we make off of minting? Pretty decent amount, actually. Reducing gold output by 5% is very marginal compared to the income from minting. Unless this isn't actually 33%. I've always wanted to check that, actually. Minting. Income from minting, 10%. Okay, so like it kind of is an extra 33% then. Minus 5% output is very marginal. But then I can't trade it. And trading can also make us a lot of money. Shoot. Alright, am I trading much silver? Hold on. We are not trading silver. Okay, don't care, didn't ask. Which is to say, I actually care a lot, and I did ask. Why not automate taxes? Because usually I put them all the way down at like 40%. What kind of 5D chess are they playing here? Bro, what? What kind of 5D chess is this? We're taking over parts of England and they're like, so, you want to get married? Huh? You know what? That's super funny. I'm gonna do that. The Irish heir in England. I think they actually have a chance if the heir is Irish. I think there's a chance that England can get a bunch of Irish pops in them. I don't know if they can like fully convert to Irish, but the court language of English is Gaelic. Infinite Gaelic victory. Yeah, you know what? Screw it, we'll do that. It's funny as hell. Do you get anything unique for being Breton? Well, we do get like 4 advances maybe. I'm sure we get more, but like we get 1 here I think somewhere. I don't actually know where it is. It's probably somewhere, but I don't know if I'm gonna spend all that time checking for it. We do get a couple for... Oh, forgot about these. We do get a couple for being Celtic. Yeah, we should probably grab a few of these, actually. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. You find the extra minting is only 1 click of income? Yeah, now that I'm looking at this, well, we're at 10%, so we'll see, but... It says 33%, I choose to believe it. Oh, did I ever build the, Oh, my bad. Harbor without a U, okay. Free prestige, again? In this economy? Man, I can't believe they, spelled harbor incorrectly. I think they might have to get the QA on that. Might have to get the localizers on that. That's crazy. And we have to wait a while anyway. Okay. More naval, you say? That would have been nice when we were at 87, or 0.87, but okay. The game is full of spelling and grammar errors when you look closely. True, but I was making a joke. I appreciate you affirming my joke there, but... Like, I'm sure there are, probably. I think I found one in EU4 the other day, actually. When I was recording the Harpy video. I think it was in one of the idea groups. I guess we should have the Pope like us. Maybe. Gonna try colonizing this run? Maybe. Everything in this run is dependent on whether or not the game is playable over the next few weeks, and it seems to be doing alright. I really thought this last... maybe not this last update, but one of them along the way. I really thought it would destroy the economy, but it seems like it didn't. So I guess we're fine. Also, I like how this looks very much like the... I think actually the old England flag for EU4. But maybe they need more lions. See, like they need three lions. Also, England, welcome to the coalition. It really is just you here, to be honest. And also, you have 13 troops. Genuinely, this is very impressive. I don't actually know how you did that. Anyway, we're going to encourage towards serfdom. How do you have 13 troops? Not a single soul in England able to fight. Maybe like, 13 of them. That's crazy. Anyway, I think we can separate peace out a few countries. So, we'll go over here. We'll ask for a humiliate and some money. Well, we could take this stuff. We could take it. But I think it's more expensive. Yeah, they're not the target, and I don't really care too much, you know? Yeah, you know what? We'll come back for them later. The main problem is like... Okay, maybe it's not that big of a deal. It used to be the diplomatic capacity. Yeah, I'd rather save my antagonism for fighting France. It's fine. Actually, yeah, we'll do that too. Okay, you are just gonna... Yeah, we don't really care about this. Money. Humiliate. Thank you. Next. Humiliate. Money. War reparations, I guess. Thank you. Hey, now we can become a kingdom, finally. Beautiful. Doesn't actually cost the prestige, does it? We just need to have a certain amount. Hopefully. There we go. The Kingdom of Brittany. Hold on. It'll update, it's fine. Kingdom of Brittany, we're so back. We can now have another rival. We are stronger than, like, every single rival. Well, not Castile. Castile is a threat, and I do need to have threatening rivals. They're like the only threatening country. But I end up invading England a lot, so I kind of want them as a rival. Do we really need a threatening rival right now? As a rival, we gain prestige and reputation, and we lose monthly complacency. Okay, fine. Alright, well, I guess the crown prince can marry into Brandenburg. Yeah, sure. And then I want to use a bunch of prestige on cultures. So yeah, we want an accepted culture. Ooh, that's kind of expensive. We definitely want this as a culture. Yeah, we'll make it an accepted culture. We should tolerate this. Then maybe accepted culture here? Sure. I feel like I should try to, at the very least, tolerate all the French cultures, you know? Brandenburg got the Hohenzollerns on their own? Did they? Yeah, it looks like it. I've never actually played Brandenburg, so I don't really know how that's supposed to go. Good for the AI, I guess. Alright, the rest of these countries, I don't really care. I was really just here for the prestige. 7th phase of the 100 Years' War. And then you look inside and both England and France are getting absolutely torn to pieces. Uh-oh. I may have caused a little controversy. Just a little bit. Maybe a lot, actually. I may have in fact caused several major controversies. Are you in the coalition? I don't think so. No, you're in a union. Maybe I should invade France, just to keep them from joining the coalition. And then we'll take some stuff like down here. Could I get my subjects to fight this for me? Probably at this point. Can we get harpy culture in EU5? I'm sure the Anbanar devs are working on it. I don't see why the German princes are upset. We're just the third contender in the 100 Years' War. Exactly. What are they even complaining about? Oh, you're taking too much of France. Okay, why do you care? I'm starting to doubt if I can rely on my subjects for this. There are a lot of them, you know, like 60,000 troops, surely, right? Surely. I think I did actually make a tweet about like, hey, we should be allowed to have a third contender to the 100 Years of War. And someone said, okay, well, it was kind of dependent on who gets to become the King of France, right? Also, major disease? Hello? Massive smallpox outbreak? That's cool. That's neat. Well, I did build a few hospitals. Maybe build a few more? Sure, whatever. Anyway, I think I said something like, or someone said, if you can trace your ruler's dynasty back to, I think it was the Capetians or something, then sure, maybe you should be allowed to do that. But I think we count. Because we are we're the Artois dynasty. But I'm pretty sure Artois is like an offshoot. It's like a house of the Capetian dynasty or something. So I think it should count. Maybe. France wins the 100 Years' War. I mean, I guess. England technically doesn't own anything in France anymore, so... I mean, I suppose so. A hollow victory if I've ever seen one. Good job, France. A round of applause. Maybe the real 100 Years' War was the France we made along the way. if you think about it, like, we're basically still France. You know what I mean? Oh, who is this? A new king. Why does it look like it's one of the stupid kings? No, never mind. It's the unstupid kid. Never mind. I really, really don't want to put your brother in charge. He is so bad at his job. But hey, nepotism awaits. It might be necessary. The strength of the crown. Maybe we have to put your idiot brother into a cabinet position. Imagine you're this guy. You're this up-and-coming, you know, obviously proven noble with excellent stats. You're very proficient at your job. A new cabinet position opens up and you're like, oh boy, I sure hope I get the position. I've studied so hard for this. That's crazy, man. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to get some idiot in charge instead. Yes, you've studied very hard, but have you considered that you're not related to the king? That's unfortunate. That's kind of tragic. Prestige nuke, let's go. I love the random events that remind you to not have too much fun. $43% is still a lot. I mean, it is, yeah. What did I get out of that? Like 20% extra? I only got 8% from putting him in the cabinet, actually. You know what? I might swap him out. Hey, I've changed my mind. You're actually allowed in the cabinet. Here you go. Okay, what other subjects do I want to integrate? We're at war, so we can't integrate. That's lovely. There really aren't even too many more places I want to integrate. I mean, like maybe down here, just because we have rivers, and we have some proximity here. This could work, maybe. This could also work. Over here, a little bit, not much. What about you? Let's do that first. Alright, so... who can I afford to make angry? Probably you guys, because you're not doing that much. Why are you Austrian? Okay. Can we see the river map? We could. It's not gonna be that exciting. If I can find the damn thing, there are like 70 map modes. Where would I find rivers? Probably in geography. Here we go. Oh, I have it down there. What do you know? Okay. River map mode. I think they also kind of messed up the rivers a little bit still. Maybe not over here, but... did they actually fix the rivers on Kyiv, or no? Did you fix the rivers here? No. No, they did not fix the rivers here. Lovely, okay. I think at some point they mentioned that they're going to fix the rivers. But they have to go through and check like individual locations, which will take a while. But a lot of them will actually show up on the map. They'll be like, oh yeah, there's a river here. And then you look inside and you don't get the proximity bonus from there being a river. Also, hi Nianable, how's it going? Oh, also, if you guys want any recommendations for, like, your upcoming campaigns, I would actually really recommend, well, we can't see them, but Oman is actually a lot of fun. Oman is such a unique gameplay loop as well. Because you're not really, I mean, you're kind of interested in expanding, but everyone has more pops than you. So for the first while, you're mostly just trying to, like, pop max. Oh, Aragon joined. Oh, lovely. That's really cool, Aragon. Thank you. Well, it's Aragonese. Never mind. Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll raise levies and I'll actually go to war a little bit. How many levies does Aragon have? 10,000. Okay, I'm not going to raise that many. You should stream Greenland. God, no, please. I've already done my time on Greenland. I've paid my dues. Can you stream Oman? Maybe. I don't know. I was actually thinking I would like to make a video because, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of it is just kind of sitting there. You don't do too much for most of the early game because you're kind of waiting for someone else to become weaker so you can pounce on them. Also, you need an admiral. Who should be the king, maybe? Maybe the king should be in charge of the army, perhaps. Even though he's not great, but I get extra prestige and I get crown power. I'm playing Greenland on every patch until it's fun. Put the king on the navy will help push naval. That is true, but I feel like we're kind of naval maxed right now. We are 87.65 towards naval. If we get any more, I think it's going to be mostly through, like, Parliament. Anyway, you do still need somebody here. You know what? Screw it, you can be the new admiral. wonder if Paradox will add custom nations in EU5. I mean, they kinda did, sort of. It's not like the same as the custom nations in EU4, but they do kind of exist. Every time you make a new subject, it is like kind of a custom nation. But I kind of get what you mean, where it's like, no, it's more so, we get to customize the flag and the map color and all that stuff. Get back here. Why do you run? Why do you run from your destiny? We still have this bug, it seems. I don't know where this is, and I can't ever find out. Maybe if I do this? Okay, now it'll refresh. Oh, you're this guy. Okay, never mind. I don't really care. We're gonna try and siege down a bunch of local capitals to make them cheaper for us to take. Every nation plays the same anyway, what's the point of custom nations? Oh, you mean... Why was I thinking of, I was thinking of client states. I was thinking of client states, not custom nations. No, never mind, you're right. Custom nations are like a completely different thing. In my head, I was like, oh, what do you mean? We already have basically client states where they're custom subjects. No, never mind. Yeah, custom nations. That would be a tough one. Because yeah, you'd have to actually define texts and stuff. And I'm sure they could come up with a system for it, but... I feel like it's one of those things where... they would far prefer to end that, or add that, at the end of EU5's lifespan. Because if they add it early on, then it might be really annoying to maintain and update. It's kind of like how Random New World was added pretty early into EU4. And then like a bunch of other mechanics were added. We'll go with Papal Control because we might just stay Catholic this game. Maybe we'll be boring and stay Catholic. I love playing the New World. I hope they actually put a little effort into it. They've been putting in like one or two things here and there. You know, they've been sort of updating Mesoamerica a little bit. They've been kind of updating the Andes, at least the starting situation. I am kind of glad to see... Okay, hold on, don't take this out of context, but... I'm glad to see that they have improved slavery in the game. Mostly because it worked in a really weird way before. Like, you couldn't really distribute slaves across a market, which made the whole transatlantic trade triangle kind of weird, because it didn't really work out that well. But now it's like more accurate, so like it's a better simulation. But I think, like, my main complaint about that whole system as it is set up is still mostly to do with the Colombian exchange, and how it kind of takes forever for it to kick off, and it feels weird because it feels like there isn't much of an incentive for you to try and colonize the New World. I mean, there is now, sort of, because we have like the local governors, so you actually get some control. Your subjects now get some control, sometimes maybe. I feel like that system still isn't as fleshed out as it could be. Okay, next, we're still not a great power. Yeah, we're gonna have to get a CB on England. Let's go with this. This is probably fine. Fabricate a CB. I might even take London. Maybe. Maybe. I like how I didn't even build a spy network for France. Thinking ahead as always. But anyway, hopefully in this campaign we play long enough to actually try out colonialism, so I can update my opinion of it. I don't think I've played a proper colonial game in EU5 since... Well, I played Ireland like a month and a half ago. That was before my Ireland video. I did play like a full campaign. Well, okay, sorry, not a full campaign. I played like a full, you know, uniting the British Isles and then started to colonize a little bit. But by the time I finished, you know, annexing most of the Isles and started colonizing, most countries had kind of gotten to it already. So I kind of lost interest, but anyway. It does remind me, for game rules, do I want anyone to be allowed to colonize? All countries allowed to colonize. This still creates a bunch of weird situations that I don't like. I feel that AI colonization for all countries is a bit of a mistake. Maybe I'll swap it to only Western countries. It's probably too late for some of the East, but oh well. Celtica first, though? Yeah, we do want to do Celtica first. My son, you are intelligent. You will get an expensive education. Congratulations. Oh, there goes my spy network. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of hoping that at some point to make the decision to shift the Colombian exchange forward. I think it's one of those things that should just kind of be in the game When do we want that, actually? Because the Columbian exchange in real life didn't happen, like, instantly. Like, not really. It took at least a couple of years. So maybe the Columbian exchange should start when a country decides to colonize a little bit in the New World. So, like, they discover the New World, maybe it's the Caribbean or something, and then they colonize a little bit, and then the Columbian exchange starts, maybe, to allow them to, like, plant sugar in the Caribbean. You know, one of the things that they did in the Caribbean. One of the really big incentives to set up colonial enterprises. I think it would be interesting to see Mali do the colonizing. It would be interesting. Like, I wouldn't mind having some variance, some variety, I guess. Do you want to leave yet, Aragon? No. Alba? No. Okay. I think it would be cool to see some changes every now and then. Like, oh, there's a chance that if Mali does well enough, then maybe they'll set up some small colonies in Brazil or something, but have it be like a, you know, pretty small chance. Mali does do a lot of colonizing, just not in the New World. This is true. Because, you know, I think ultimately what people want to see out of, like, a simulation for EU5 is, yeah, they want a lot of things that they expect to happen, but with a chance for it to be a little different sometimes. So, like, sure, in real life, well, this was all based on the travels of this guy whose name I do not remember. Maybe his name was Mansa Bakr or something? I don't really remember his name, but there's like this story of one of the Mansas in Mali, you know, just taking a journey out to the west and then he never comes back or something. And that forms the basis of this idea, like, oh, maybe he went out and found Brazil. He probably didn't. You know, he probably just kind of like got lost at sea and maybe died, but, you know, it's fun to imagine maybe he did reach Brazil. It wasn't Mansa Musa, no, that was like the super rich guy. When he actually did his Hajj, that's where that story was spread. Abu Bakr, he was an explorer, wasn't he? But I don't think he's the guy I'm thinking of. Oh, and Mansa Musa, you know, he went on his pilgrimage, he ended up in Cairo, and he was, like, telling stories of, like, this guy, one of the Mansas, who went out. Yeah, I think it was the Mansa before Musa. Mansa is the title, right? I'm not wrong about that. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up. Anyway, that's where that whole idea comes from. Abu Bakari II. It does ring more of a bell. But yeah, if you watched my the EU4 video I made on this exact scenario, then, you know, you'll have a little more context on that. Unfortunately, I forget. It's Ibn Battuta, the travel books, that is? Wait. And who am I thinking of for Abu Bakr? He was considered the first Muslim missionary. That's a completely different person then. Wait. No, it is Abu Bakr II. Yeah, hold on. You're right. Abu Bakr II. He was the Mansa. Well, I think he's like theorized to be the Mansa. Apparently the idea is that he, you know, maybe tried to reach Mecca by going to sea, but I don't know. Probably not. So Ibn Battuta is the guy who made the travel books. No, you're right. That is the guy. One of the most famous travelers in history. That is that guy. I'm getting them mixed up. I guess we can make the nobility happier. Everybody's too happy, so we're gonna put this on automated. What are you so happy about? Serfdom? That makes sense. They do like serfdom. Maybe we give you something to be unhappy about. Oh no, what I'm thinking of is, I'd have to change a law for that. Yeah, if I wanted to curtail the nobility, then I could extract more taxes. But also, when you curtail any of the estates, you just have fewer cabinet members to work with. So I don't know. Who's being excommunicated? Not me, right? No, not me. We're chilling. Speaking of mods, I'm making one. Hi, Rosenkreutz. Feel free to advertise in the stream chat. What mod are you making? This move might be a little bit controversial, but I would like the rest of this. That actually belongs to Aragon. I would like to take the rest of this, actually. It's a bit of a controversial move, you might say. I'll be fine. It's a Vic 3 nihilism mod, intent on making nihilism about as fleshed out as communism. Okay, I don't know if there's a joke in there, because in Vic 3 I don't think communism is very fleshed out either. But yeah, I mean, it would be nice. It'd be nice to have a bunch of mods just going more into depth about, like, historical ideologies, I guess. It's not very historical in the sense that it's assuming the possibility of actual nihilistic governments, but, you know, it's for the fun of imagining the vanilla nihilist tags expanded. I'm not too well versed on historical nihilism, if I'm being honest. So I don't actually know what a historically nihilist government form would even look like. Maybe I'll take something like this, I don't know. Anyway. Minus 20 estate satisfaction for, well, I mean, it is a free university. I think it's free. Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to build more universities. I forgot to do that. I only have 3. We could build a lot more universities. Oh shoot, that was the free one. I'm so stupid. My bad. Oh well. Nihilism's a very silly place, because like the whole problem is that they flop because they don't really end up having a cohesive ideological core. I could see that. Could you think of nihilism as maybe being like an anti-ideology? In the sense where like it doesn't really have a set of ideological principles, but instead defines itself as an opposition to other ideological principles. Where like it's an ideology that doesn't really claim to stand for anything, but instead is defined mostly by what it opposes. Anyway, we'll white peace Aragon. That's cool. That'll make France closer to giving up. And I guess we'll do the same thing with Alba. Sure, it doesn't really matter. Alright, France. What am I taking? I don't even know. This is going to be a little controversial of a peace deal, I think. Little bit controversial. So we're going to take the rest of this stuff. We're going to take this stuff over here. We're really trying to annex a bunch of France's subjects because I don't want to inherit them. I could just, like, you know, pass them on to my other subjects that already exist. I should try and actually give stuff back. Does that make it more or less expensive? I don't really know. I'm gonna say you should give stuff back to Toulouse, give some stuff back to Aquitaine. And I don't really know which stuff I'm actually targeting with that, so I'm gonna start from the beginning. Aquitaine. All this stuff goes to them. All this stuff goes to Toulouse. Why does that go to Aquitaine? I don't actually want that to go to them. That's a really weird peace deal that I don't like. It's actually really cursed. I don't know if I want that. Of course, we'll take this. Maybe not. Maybe not that. Oh, please don't crash on me. Thank you. Okay, I want this, this, and this. Okay, you know what? Sure, why not? Okay, we'll take that, and we'll take that. And we will take this and this, and we'll take this. And this, and this. Cleaning up a couple of subjects here. The rest of this is, I think, directly owned by France, so we're just not going to touch that. Is that... It is the current French capital, and that is also right next to Paris. Almost like a little Paris. I might take that. And give it to Paris itself. And then this I want for my subject here. Maybe this as well, and this as well. You're also my subject. I might as well give you that. That's cool. This is going to go to Toulouse. Maybe I can just grab the rest of this? close, but not quite. I mean, it's not the end of the world. We'll create another subject out of this. This is probably fine. Probably. Okay, so how bad is this? Doesn't actually seem horrible. You know, a couple of countries are upset. The usual suspects are a little bit upset, but most countries don't really care too much. Let's see, the mod will include ways for it to become cohesive as an ideology or to sort of dissolve into individualist or collectivist directions. The Russian nihilists were basically proto-socialists, only called nihilists from the outside, while in Germany there were people like Stirner and the egotists who advocated for, quote, individualism. In the mod, I'm taking it as no gods, no kings until people realize that doesn't actually make for a defining positive future, just a rejection of the past. Yeah, okay, so it is kind of what I was saying then, right? Like, you know, it kind of starts off with this idea of being defined more as an oppositional ideology rather than advocating for anything in particular. But yeah, like, it can go a couple of different ways, I guess. Yeah, it seems the antagonism's a little bit better. We're just gonna grab this stuff. I'm sure nobody will mind. The only thing I mind, actually, is the fact that this is a really, really big to-lose. That is going to be certainly interesting to annex. But we'll get there when we get there. I should actually annex you when I get the chance. Yeah, and then, maybe you? How long would that take? That is quite some time. 58. How about you? 53. 53. Well, we do get some decent proximity. It just has to go all the way around. Which is why possibly the best capital might actually be Brest. And perhaps we'll move it there one day. Oh yeah, antagonism. That's actually not that bad. Okay, we would like to make a new subject down here that's just going to collect everything. We actually have a good historical subject here to work with. Yeah, that should be fine. Their fiefdom, Gascony. We'll give you that too. What else did I take? Right, so... Well, okay, so we have cities, right? And cities take a really long time to integrate, so I could give it to Paris. And it would take them a while. Well, I don't really have much of an option, actually. Okay, you know what? You will take that. And that. And you will take this. Then you can have this. You can have that. And you can have this, and this, and that. And then hopefully we have a subject we can release here. I think Brabant should be available, right? Not Brabant, but it'll do. Okay, that is a big Brittany. And we have to go to war with England still. Oh, hold on. I don't think I have any subjects here. We do have a historical subject, right? Of course we would. You can have this. And then La Marche can have that. I think we're good. Right. I don't know, let's see, the painter would be the closest of a nihilistic government. I don't know, I feel like it's not the same thing as when I think of nihilism. Maybe some elements of it. But I think it's still advocated for a thing. Yeah, we'll get rid of this. We don't need that anymore. We would like to build a spy network up in here. With legislative efficiency not reducing antagonism, does anything really reduce antagonism now? Don't we have antagonism things like in here? Maybe I'm crazy. Anything for antagonism? Ooh, maybe not. Diplorep does? Oh, here we go. Okay, eventually you get this in the age of absolutism, sure, but... Alright, how's that coalition looking? These are subjects of France. No, you're not. No, you are not. You got your independence from France, didn't you? France has very little at this point. Okay, so you're actually part of a coalition. If I declared war against England, yeah, you would be at least mildly annoying. But only mildly. See, I think we could definitely still invade England. We should probably help out Cornwall a little bit, but that should be doable. That'll get us to, I think, 25? 25 cogs. It'll be enough to move some troops over. Now, let's see. Not really much to push towards. Okay, maybe we can... We don't really need improved diplomatic reputation either. Could always use someone on... Oh, we already have the guy on stability, okay. Screw it, develop province. Sure. I believe it's 4% reduction per Diplo rep. Okay, well that's good to know. What is my Diplo rep? 12.78. I feel like they should probably make it easier to figure out what affects what in this game, because I never would have figured that out. Oh, do I have no artillery? No, I must have artillery. Gunsmith. Oh, it's just really... Okay, never mind. Putting cabinet to Diplo rep before peace helps. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Okay, I think Cornwall actually kind of needs our help. Don't mind me, England. I'm just gonna come in here and help my dear subject in Cornwall. You don't have to be concerned. Not here for any suspicious reasons at all. Just chillin'. Joint exercises with Cornwall. Exactly. Just, you know, getting some subjects to move over a little bit. They're really helping out. You know, they're helping out quite a lot. But, you know, while we're in the neighborhood. While I'm in town, you know, might as well. That's quite a lot of countries. Oh. Just while we're here, you know. Wait, I'm dumb. I'm still like old EU5 pilled. Or brained, I guess, or whatever dumb internet slang I'm using these days. Anyway, right click this. That's all I have to do, and then I click this. It made it so much easier, and I completely forgot. Which way, Western man, pilled or brained? I spend a lot of time on like Instagram Reels. What the hell? Absolutely not. Man, what? Or you didn't join the HRE, did you? Say it ain't so. No, okay. Anyway, spend a lot of time on Instagram Reels. I've been getting like reels of like the weirdest slang. Like low genuinely. That's one that I've started saying unironically. Okay, maybe I'm crazy. That's kind of loud. Wait, what? Did it just... What? Okay, I think the audio thing might be a bit bugged. So I put it to 40% and it became significantly quieter. Uh-oh. Please don't kill my ships. Please do not kill my ships. They're just passing through. Imagine being England and you don't rule the waves. That's kind of cringe, man. I don't know. Oh no, is it like the weird Mogging War stuff? I might have seen like one of those. But the one that I see the most is like this guy who just keeps on adding on to the new compound word. Let me see if I can hold on. I'll find it. Give me a second. The one that I've seen, the one that I've seen is this one guy who keeps adding on to it. So one of them is low Kirkentological flow state, or something like that, and it's completely incomprehensible. You know what? I'm gonna split this army in two. You're gonna fight that guy. Yeah, and he does it on memory. He does. It's just always on his mind. I might be cooked here. They actually lost their flank before I did. How are we winning this? What the hell? Thought I was cooked here for sure. Local man listens to Gen Alpha words, suffers confusion and disorientation. Is this it? Is this how I become old? Local man forced to learn post-COVID online slang immediately dies. I do appreciate that every now and then you can make the AI so poor that they just start deleting all of their forts. Because I think there's only one fort in all of England, and it's the capital. Yeah, alright, okay. Gen Alpha brain rot is some beast far beyond Zoomer and millennial brains. Honestly, I can comprehend most of it. I think. Six, seven, like exactly. I am one of those people where if you say 6, 7, I will do like the little hand gesture. Like a sleeper agent activation code. And it's extra funny if you do it on instinct in the middle of... okay, maybe not in the middle of public, but... like, you're meeting someone for the first time, and you know they're kind of chill like that. And so, like, you test the waters to see if they also do it at the same time. There's the hand you don't know the 6, 7 hand gesture? When someone says 6, 7, you do like the one up, yeah, the one hand up, one hand down. But I also do it exactly. Monthly prestige. I don't care that much about prestige. Not anymore. Not even mid-20s and I'm already too old for this shit? Listen. I could technically be defined as mid-20s. In the sense that I'm 24. Ultimately, you're only too old for the things that you've resigned yourself to being too old for. Oh, hold on. Wait. I gotta fix this immediately. Post haste, even. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We are not doing this. Where's my other army? Oh, right. They just finished sieging London. Nope, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We are not gonna do this. This is a disloyal subject, and you know what that means. Bad things. Means they can separate peace. And rejoin England. I refuse to believe 24 is mid-20s because I refuse to be mid. Honestly, fair. I think mid-20s is actually when you're 26. It's like, you know how when people leave a review on something and they think like, this is pretty average, they usually leave a 7. Like, for some reason, 7 is considered average when rating something. For most people, I'm pretty sure. 7 out of 10. So if you think about it like that, then mid-20s is actually when you're 27. And then, after you're, let's say you're 28, that's actually still your mid-20s. And then you turn 29, and that's when you're pushing 30. But until you're 29, you're not pushing 30 yet. But unfortunately, once you turn 30, you're permanently UNC status. So like when you're 29, you're pushing UNC status. When you're 30, you're already an UNC at that point. It's over. It's cooked. Canal here, here, here. Could build like one road and it might be alright. That's about all I can do. Is this age slop? Maybe. The moment you stop fucking with ironic humor and become genuine pilled and earnestly coded, do you become old? No, I don't think that makes you old. I think that makes you wise. But I think this might be the most controversial take. I think you can actually do both. I think you can enjoy ironic humor while also being genuine pilled when it matters. It's about balance. Okay, so because of how annoying it is to take stuff from England, we're gonna do it in a really weird way. Where I will take London and I'll make a subject out of it. But I'm probably... Maybe I'll just take Pale, actually. Much further from the rest of Europe. People don't care as much. That's pretty expensive. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing at this point. Who is this? France? What the hell, man? How did you take that? Oh, dude, okay. Alright. I don't even know what I want to take here. I want Wales to finish integrating their subjects. I want London. I want Ireland, but then this is super expensive to take because it's like some subject. Like this is 19. But so is this. And it's a lot more. I need to go occupy it. I mean, for forts, yes. For non-forts, no, it doesn't really matter. Maybe I'll wait for Pale to finish integrating subjects. I'll just take stuff from England. We'll carve a neat little path all the way up to Scotland. Oh right, you don't like this because, okay, you know what? What if I take that off your hands? Now you're kind of happy. Ooh, this is so cursed. This is incredibly cursed. I'm thinking about it. I'm considering it. How bad is that? It's just a little bit of aggressive expansion. Just a spoonful. That meme is over a decade old. Anyway, yeah, we'll take this stuff. Why not? Maybe Wales will integrate their subjects, and maybe Pale will integrate theirs, or maybe they'll become independent. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm taking it. Yep, that's cursed. How bad is this? It's not great, but it could be worse. Okay, do I have any good subjects to make out of this stuff? Yes. Chester. Lancaster. Yeah, we can release Lancaster. That's fine. I'll give this stuff to Lancaster, but I actually want to create a separate subject for over here. East Lancaster. It's mostly because, like, if I integrate them here and they own this, then we're gonna have, like, two coasts that are really awkward to try and have enough maritime presence around, so might as well split them into East and West Coast. And then we have Chester. Make London into a fiefdom as well, kind of like what we did with Paris. And we will give maybe like 2 locations to Wessex, and then another subject here, maybe. Maybe just 1. There we go. Don't need those anymore. Don't need those anymore. The City of London. Our new subject. The Free City of London. What's the difference between a fiefdom and a vassal? A fiefdom is owned basically by the actual ruler. So that's why he's like the same ruler in each one. Vassals, you sort of appoint someone as a vassal to rule over this land. And in game, I think the main difference is that I think vassals, do they give you more institution or something? I don't remember. There is a difference though. Like, let's just take an example here. We're not going to actually make a subject, but so vassals, they give you 20% embraced and 20% economic base. Oh, they pay you economic base. Interesting. So fiefdoms actually give you more spread, and then the subjects get a few things. And fiefdoms can only be established if it's within the same religious group as well. And they're more loyal, generally speaking. So I think, like, fiefdoms are by default, I think, the best type of subject. And then if you can't make a fiefdom, then you can make a vassal. Bro, making straight up evil borders? What do you mean? These are pretty normal borders, I think. Actually, can I integrate you? It only takes 16 years, that's not too bad. Normandy? A little bit longer. You wouldn't take too long. I'll actually integrate you first. And then I think a few more of my subjects need to be slightly more Breton. I think it's time. Thanks, Alba. Great power, let's go. So now we can actually get the good CBs. That's fine. I think literally we just go to war once and then the independence movement dissolves. So it's not a huge deal. I think that's actually kind of a broken mechanic. In the sense where it's actually just not working correctly. Because it would be kind of weird to dissolve every independence movement as soon as the Overlord goes to war. You know, I do sometimes wish that we had, maybe we do have these, but like a mod that allows you to have like really cool names for your country. Like when we become an empire status, what are we going to be called? The Empire of Brittany? I think we should have a cooler name than that. I mean, I guess we'll become the Celtic Empire, but until then. Maybe I'll actually curtail the nobility. No, I need them in cabinet. Yeah, never mind. Screw it, maybe a census. Just for fun. The Breton Empire? It would be cool. That would be a fine name, I guess. But think of what we could be. Maybe we could be like... Because like England gets to form Great Britain. We don't get to become Great Brittany. Even though that would be cool. And kind of funny. Great Breton. Hell yeah. You know what Great Britain needs right now? Better ships. Maybe one of these. Maybe, well, yeah, maybe some of those, but not yet. I think we need these. Oh, and that, yep. I guess that too. Disease resistance. Oh, you know what I could do? Could swap off of diplomatic traditions. At some point we do need Celtic traditions, just to form Celtica. But that's not for a while. Starting to realize that forming Celtica as Brittany is kind of a monumental task. Because you need to directly own most of the British Isles. And you're not going to have that much control while you do that. Well, I guess it depends. Are you disloyal? Oh yeah, I just made you Breton, right? You're disloyal because I converted you. Not too many countries to actually integrate. Maybe this country here? I think I mentioned that at some point. Yeah, we could annex you, probably. Only 10 years. Okay, maybe more, but... Can we culture convert some French guys, or are we going to lose literacy? Okay, I actually don't know about that second part, but... We have been doing some culture converting. You mean, if we did... Culture converting through this menu, maybe. It's actually not a bad idea. Only because it would be useful for us to try and reduce the cost of... Lots of vin? Over here? Is it vin or vin? I don't know, I guess it depends. Maybe it's in neither. I guess we can just stack it, can't we? You will assimilate. Said it right the first time? Perfect. kingdom needs the money, or we could get this guy and he's probably pretty cool. It's a decent bit of money, but we need to invest in artwork. Should probably integrate Normandy. I mean, maybe. Our naval proximity reaches not that far out here. It's like 40%, even just around here. I think Normandy is mostly going to be useful once I put a local governor in here. Which I can do. What I'm really hoping to do with Normandy is actually wait until I get the extra speed for annexation. Because they're quite large, and right now I don't think I'm getting the speed modifier. Like, I'm not even getting the speed modifier for these guys. I am getting it for this guy, or rather the size modifier, that's what I mean. We're getting the size modifier here, but we are not getting it here. I'm hoping that once I integrate these two countries, we will get the speed modifier for Normandy. King Arthur is Breton, isn't it? King Arthur is Welsh? Well, King Arthur is... what do they call themselves? They were like the Roman Britons. Britons, but like Britons, I think. And that ended up being, like, Wales is kind of like a remnant of that, I think. King Arthur's whatever the Breton king says King Arthur is true. King Arthur's, whatever's convenient to the crown. I think there was a bug where pops were converted and they lost literacy. What the hell? Well, in a way, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. It doesn't, but it kind of does. Swap cultures, now you have to learn how to read in the new language. I mean, I guess. Okay, I should urbanize more. What am I urbanizing? The sand location? Congrats, you get to be a town. I guess you need a road, actually. Stone, this can probably be a town. Fiber crops can definitely be towns. More urbanization. I actually don't even know if I need more, but... I'll build a few more. I'm really only building those towns so that we get more burghers and clergy and nobles so that we can increase demand for things that become productive. Make sure to not take away all the food. Fiber crops aren't food, are they? Wait, maybe they are. Are they food? No. No, okay. That's what I thought. So, like, we shouldn't reduce the food production here very much at all. Especially now that towns actually don't decrease food production. I think we're fine. We have plenty of food. The one place where food I found to be like a really big challenge throughout most of the game was in Oman. Oman has absolutely no food. It's a desert. There's no food there. There is like a little bit. Like if you... There's this one location in Oman. Okay, yeah. Peru, I guess, before they fixed it. Maybe they fixed it. I actually don't know if they did. But anyway, in Oman, there's like one wheat location around your capital. And that location can hold a maximum of like 7,000 people. And you just have to put all of them in the wheat fields. I wonder if you can plant potatoes in Arabia. I never found out, unfortunately. Unlawful territory. Why are you trying to give things back to France? I'm not giving it back to France, man. No. Peru is still pretty bad. Tragic. Well, you know, one of these days they'll probably get around to it. One point one is still unreleased. It is still unreleased. I don't know when they plan to release it. I think right now their current plan is that it will be released when it is ready to be released. Because as it turns out, there were still quite a few problems. Will you do another one Peru run? Maybe, but not for a while. I probably won't play in the Andes for, I don't know, maybe at least another 6 months to a year. I actually don't need those. Okay, I think it's time for us to save and reload the game for performance reasons. I think you should change the capital in the center of the kingdom. We are pushing pretty hard towards naval right now. I think my current plans are basically, I'm gonna try to own the coast of like Britain and France. And that's gonna be like the main thing that I'm doing. We already have so much money, so much infrastructure, everything kind of built up in this region. Kind of over here. See how much nicer that runs when you reload the game? It's crazy. It's like a night and day. Anyway. So we have a lot of stuff built up over here. I'm trying to really connect up the whole coastline. I'll probably put a governor in Paris. Probably. I'm thinking I'm gonna also have a little naval governor in London. And probably one also in Bordeaux. Well, maybe in Bordeaux. Definitely London, though, for sure. Because I get, like, what? One naval governor from here. And then I think I get a second one from the administration of shipyards or whatever it's called. We'll see about that. My favorite part of the stream is when Corbett said it's Corbin time, and he corbed all over the place. Thank you very much. Thank you, Matobar. Very cool. Should share my current France run? Go for it. You can also share it in the Discord if you want. Speaking of Discord, let me check my pings. Okay, never mind. Speaking of which, we're making like a bunch of changes to Discord, aren't they? Something in the coming month. I don't think it's really gonna mess with my server too much. I think it's the whole like, oh, you need to have ID verification thing, but like for my server that doesn't really matter. Presumably. But it got me thinking how there's like not really a good big community alternative to Discord. Like you can have little chat rooms with your friends and other things, but I can't really replicate my server on any other platform. Just got me thinking a little bit. Anyway, we're definitely going to take the top option because we want more innovative. That's fine. That big of a Brittany's impressive. Thank you, Nightman. It's a lot of sweat, tears, and playing really slowly for a long time. I'm gonna start granary maxing. More food. Enforce culture? We could do a little bit. Just a little bit as a treat. Enforce culture. We'll put that on. Put that on you. I guess we could start with Toulouse. I think I'm more likely to annex Flanders. Now, they pay me a lot, so that's going to be a pretty big hit to my income, but that's alright. We'll do the same thing kind of over here, actually. Gonna convert a whole bunch of countries to Britain. They don't like that very much, but it's okay. It should be fine. We stopped using same color subjects because it was hard to, like, figure out who owned what when I was trying to give territory away. What do I even need at this point? We could push a little bit more towards naval, I guess, add a bit of development. I don't really need CBs or law changes right now. Yeah, sure. Okay, do we get the speed modifier for this, or the size modifier? No. Okay, lovely. Maybe at this point, maybe we just start integrating Normandy. No, we can keep his job. Age of Discovery, let's go. I think we will do Quest for the New World. We should expect to have a relatively large population to do colonialism with. I know we don't really need to go Diplo to explore, I know. But I kind of feel like it, you know? Admin is solid because you do get the building cost, and you get the speed of integration. You get the trade capacity. That's also really good. That's actually also really good. Man, admin is actually really good. Colonial range, trade range, colonial ventures. No, we'll lean into the roleplay. We'll do Diplo basically just for the colonization roleplay. I still think admin is kind of the better one, but it's fine. We're doing new things today. Kind of like how we picked military for the last one. Just for fun. It's a hideous France balkanization? What do you mean? This is like... These borders are actually very clean. Thank you. I think they're quite respectable. Lovely. Any event? No? Okay. Fine. I don't like the title. Please keep the crown of France in the gutter. I mean, what if we call it the crown of Brittany? Does that make it better? Yeah, we're playing the beta version, by the way. I mean, this is, of course, the Kingdom of Brittany. What even is a France? Speaking of which, are you just allied to 70 countries? Yes. Okay. Do people still hate me? It's not that bad. Or do you have advice for jumping into the EU5 beta? Or do you advise jumping into the beta and losing my current run, or waiting for the official release of the beta update? Right. It depends on your tolerance for the possibility of losing your run. Because you could decide to play the beta. That comes with a chance of them changing something that completely bricks your run. And that kind of sucks. But as long as that doesn't happen, then it is a much better experience overall. Maybe when I go to war instead of annexing Normandy, because I forgot. I'm on a roll today. What even is France? France, I believe, is going to be annexed by us. Completely. What subjects do you have, France? Burgundy for free? Ormond for free? I actually wouldn't even mind getting these Irish subjects for free. That's kind of cool. Essen? Me when I'm eating or something. Where even is Essen? Oh. I actually don't want that. You can keep that, that's fine. Well, no, We'll take over all of France. I think we are somewhat unfortunately getting to the point of, wow, okay, point of the stream where I've been speaking for 5 hours straight and not drinking anything. Anyway, I was gonna say, getting to the point of the stream where everything becomes kinda easy. Like, I don't think any of our wars from here on out are going to be particularly difficult. No thank you, actually, that's fine. I'm supposed to fight France, not become one? Much like how the Manchurians became very Chinese when they ruled over China. We too are becoming a little bit more French as we rule over France. Aragon is in the war, but like they're not doing much. They're just kind of there. So yeah, we could, I guess we can't actually fully annex France because I assume your capital's in here. Yeah, where was that? Up here, right. Oh, there's no fort. Okay, that's easy. We'll take that soon. Brittany forms Celtica when? Probably in like 100 years. I'm not even exaggerating. Like, it's gonna take a long time. I'm only going to integrate as much territory as I can get decent control over. So, in terms of forming Celtica, that's gonna get a little complicated. So what do we need for that? We need, like, all of this. Directly. So that's going to require taking the Pale from England, taking Wales, taking Scotland. It's actually really funny that we're just invading Scotland as like a footnote. They aren't even the main target, they're just part of this war with France. Although I might take that. Maybe. Can you actually break your alliance with France, please? Okay, I don't know why, but alright. I think it's because of that battle. Okay, let's do that. You know what else I've been doing recently? Actually, this last weekend, I've kind of been binging the Fallout show. For a while, I wasn't really too interested in watching it, but you know, they made that second season. I gotta admit, I didn't really play New Vegas. I tried, but it kept on crashing, and so I kind of gave up after a while. Like, there's only so many crashes you can handle, even if you're playing peak, before you just give up. And I tried using, like, I installed the mod that's supposed to fix it and stop it from crashing, but it didn't work. I think it reduced the frequency of the crashes, but ultimately, like, it kept on crashing still. Anyway. So I never really played New Vegas. I heard it was a really good game, but the show is, it's pretty alright. It's pretty interesting. I thought it would kind of suck. Because, you know, video game film adaptations or TV show adaptations. But we've actually been getting some pretty decent ones over the last few years. Like, we got Arcane. That was like a really good show. I liked Arcane a lot. And then we got The Last of Us. I've been kind of watching that. I never played the games, but my brother did, and he said it's like really accurate to the games, so that's good. Why can't I take anything from you? Oh, because it's bugged, that's why. Because Burgundy's actually this. That's why. This is you. Or actually, no. Who was it? You? Viennois? Okay. Yeah, I don't need to do anything with you. 4 reps, money. Humiliate, sure. Finally caught another stream. Hi, Cudge. How's it going? But yeah, the Fallout show, it is pretty good. I haven't finished it, actually, so, you know, no spoilers, please. I am on Season 2, Episode 5, I think. I think there are 3 more episodes after that. France won't exist after this war anyway. Why use a war score for that? Oh, against Alba, you mean? That is true. To do this. We don't really need to do that. That's true. In fact, I'm just gonna piece them out. Let's take that and give it to these guys. France. France. We could annex you. I guess there isn't really anything else I would use this war score on. I mean, this would be the annexation of France. This is all of their territory, which will give us all of their subjects. Yes, yes, England joins the coalition, sure, whatever. Uh-huh. Everyone likes to join the coalition. IMO Arcane was a good show for the sole reason that it wasn't about the video game at all. That's the thing. Video game adaptations nowadays, when they succeed... Okay, never mind. I was about to say something that's been demonstrably false. I was gonna say, they succeed when they focus more on like the lore of the game and try to tell a story within it. But then like the Mario movie wasn't that. Like, they didn't really do that with the Mario movie. They kind of just invented a bunch of... They used, like, the core template and then modified it a bit. So... And then also the Sonic movies. Pretty sure, like, all of that was just completely made up. Like, it's not really about the in-universe lore or anything. And then the Minecraft movie... They just invented lore for that. So, yeah, I would have been pretty wrong about that. Also, dude, that's a lot of countries in this coalition. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Welcome back, Nyanable. Guys, remember the Pac-Man movie? They made a Pac-Man movie? Are the Sonic movies good, or does Jim Carrey dance his way into our hearts? It's a little bit of both. It's a little bit of both. I did like watching the Sonic movies. I think they're a really good example of, you know, whenever you make a movie, if you make like a kids movie, then your goal is to make it entertaining for anybody who could watch it. That's what makes it like a good movie. Is because, remember, of course, half of the audience is going to be adults. A lot of them are going to be taking their kids to go see the movie, so you want to keep them entertained too, and that's what makes it a good movie. And I think they do a really good job of accomplishing that. The Pac-Man movie was god-awful. Let's go. Was it called Pixels? Is that the one you're thinking of? I think that has Adam Sandler in it. Might have been called Pixels. Anyway, will you peace out with me? Yes, okay. I mean, I guess I could also take their money. How much money do you have to offer? 400? That's not very much. I don't really care that much. Okay, so we should take all of France. And the aggressive expansion is not that bad. I wish I could hover over like, oh, why is it this much? But it won't tell me. Not really. I feel like they really need to change this. Anyway. Yeah, we're gonna take France. And nothing else, I guess. Yeah, that should work. It's beautiful. You may not like it, but this is peak Brittany. France is no more. Long live Brittany. Okay, so which of these countries are my subjects? We have Burgundy, and I think Burgundy has their own subjects. Yeah, they have 2 subjects. I don't think I want to give Burgundy anything else. I don't really want to release France either. We can release Champagne. Yeah, that's probably fine. But I'm gonna make them smaller. So are you my subject? No. Are you an indirect subject? No, okay. This is my subject, I think. Yeah, you're my subject. You can have that city, I guess. Maybe that was a really bad idea. Oh well. I'll give you that. And I'll let you have this. You can have that. And this. Then we'll release you. Okay, and then we just have a little bit down here. And I'll release another subject down here. Maybe there isn't a good subject to release there. Okay, well, we can make a new one. It's beautiful. It's so peak. Actually, we do still need to annex this guy. Kinda forgot about them. How bad is this antagonism? It's actually not too bad. Me when the music is really loud? Hold on. There we go. The second HRE? No, we're something better. We're something far more centralized, actually. Which might sound dumb, but like, it is true, actually. We are far more centralized than the Holy Roman Empire. Long live Le Breton? Actually, no, we're not still speaking French. We are speaking Brythonic, I think? Where do I find that? Here we go. Court language, Brythonic. With a whopping 5% language power. Riveting stuff. What does this even do? Language power. Court language with high language power increases the nobility's estate satisfaction. Oh, is that it? And is that a relative thing? I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing it. Maybe it doesn't even show up. Alright, it's the age of discovery. Maybe we should go discovering. I forgot we have like a bunch of money now. How's the rest of the world looking? Beautiful as always, we love that. Ottomans didn't do much of anything, of course. Classic. Byzantine Empire somehow still around. Serbia kinda died a little bit. Bulgaria's huge. Castile finally kicked out Morocco. Okay. No idea who's gonna come out on top in Anatolia. I feel like it's gonna be nobody. Also, no Russia? I don't think we're going to see any Russia this game. Unless Novgorod locks in. But right now it looks like a bunch of hordes and tribes and assorted steppe polities are kinda just here. Clemson independence? Somehow. Yeah, these guys are gonna have to lock in, I think. What even is the main culture around here? Oh, that's not the right button. Yeah, so there are a few Russian or like Rus groups around here, but I don't think there's any country strong enough to make it happen. They might be cooked, we'll see. No Russia this game. So pity that there's no dynamic Breton names in the French region. There are a couple, like this Used to be called Armour, I think. Like, you can look at some of these names and immediately tell that they're Breton, right? Like, this is obviously Breton, this is obviously Breton. This is very Breton. But you might be right about, like, anything to the east of this general area. Although, when we convert things over here to Britain, they actually become, like, their old Celtic names. It's like you can tell over here. Yeah, this is Lundane. Then I have a second cavalry. Oh. Right. Anyway. We'll build like maybe 3 of these. Maybe like 2 of these. Maybe 1 of these. Well, really, I should do it the other way. There we go. Maybe you form Russia along the way to making Rome? I don't know if we're gonna make Rome in this playthrough. We're probably not. Although I've heard the colonial gameplay isn't too great either. Especially when it comes to trade companies. I actually don't know what's up with those, but I heard people say that they don't really work well. Invade England again. I think I have the leisure of invading England whenever I feel like it. And considering my current Diplo capacity, I kinda don't feel like it. I can make more embassies, I guess. Do I not have one to here? No, I don't. It's not that they don't work well, they don't work at all. Lovely. So, I mean, I guess in that sense... is it like, are they supposed to build buildings, or are they supposed to conquer territory? Like, what is the expected behavior of the trade companies? Do we expect them to act like the East India Company? Should try an Austria run on this new patch if you haven't already. The new proximity cost through mountains modifier is awesome. Oh yeah, they did add those, didn't they? I might take a look. Maybe. But yeah, for trade companies, like, are they supposed to set up trade buildings? Are they supposed to... I don't know how they're supposed to work, but... if they don't do that, then that might put a little bit of a dampener on this run. Or a bit of a damper on it. Apparently a bunch of people say that it's also really difficult to break into any part of Asia, even late game. Especially in India, they just have like infinite levies or something. And they always have a bunch of money, and they always have massive navies. Also, hi RNG, confirmed we are playing 1.1.4, the beta patch that came out today. What is this hegemon ultimatum? What? That seems new. In most of my runs, all 7 great powers are in Asia post 1500s. Hold on, let me take a drink. Are they? Maybe it's not a problem. Never mind. Anyway, I want to give them an actual ultimatum called Threaten War. We have no CB that we can use to threaten with. Okay. So I guess we have to get a CB on their capital and then threaten their capital, and then they say no, and then we get a follow through on threat CB, and then we use that, I guess. Where are the hegemonies right now? That's a good question. I do have those now. Oh, what do you know? I'm a diplomatic hegemon. Crazy how that works. I didn't even notice. Okay, so what am I supposed to do with this? Diplomatic core, influence country, improve relations? Did they change some of these? No, never mind. So, the diplomatic corps, how can I most effectively wield my power for evil? Diplomatic corps is 20% capacity and 0.2 monthly diplomats. That's definitely something. What's the other thing that I get? Influence country. Improve their opinion and trust of us. Improve relations modifier. This seems like kind of a weak modifier, but oh well. Influence country is pretty good if you want to build trade offices in Muslim countries. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, because usually they don't like you enough to let you build. Speaking of trade offices, I have not been building very many. Okay, screw it, I'll start integrating them. Can help you get favors with other countries. True. Forgot about using favors to ask to improve cultural opinion. Wonder if we can do that with the Kingdom of Burgundy down here. Maybe we should be friends. Oh, they get a favor on you. So it improves... Okay, yeah, they can ask to improve my culture's opinion. But I don't think that does too much. The thing that matters for the capacity here is their opinion of Britain. Getting cultural hegemon will make assimilating to Britain faster. It is true. But cultural hegemon is a very difficult thing to take. We are but a small Brittany. And compared to all of China, it's not exactly easy. This is, and you know, I don't have to go on a big rant about this, but this is why we need something like regional hegemons, which evolve into larger hegemons over time. So like, Age of Discovery, we can get regional hegemons, that's cool. And then, I don't know, Age of Reformation or Age of Absolutism, they evolve into global hegemons or something. Jumping immediately to global hegemon as soon as you get Age of Discovery is kinda weird, I think. Me when I keep waiting to see if I can get a free event for 5% and then I don't actually remember to press the button, therefore I end up messing up the parliament again because I get distracted like an idiot. Do I have no CB I can grab from them? Yeah, there's no CB I can grab from them. That was just me being dumb. Impressive. Depends on when the last save was. Maybe I'll roll it back. Oh, that was like 1 month ago. You know what? I'm okay with doing that. Besides, it'll at least fix the frame rate. I think if you ally a country, it can help you to get favors with them. I mean, if you use influence on a country that likes you. Because, how do you get favors? It's a function of... Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Influence nation, they gain trust, they gain favors from me, they gain opinion. They get Diplo rep. Maybe we improve opinion of Provençal. Let me see how many favors I can curry. Ooh, let's not forget. Let's not do it a second time. Yeah, that'll work. Fabricate a CB. I think it needs to be against England's capital, which is fine with me. And then we need to go to hostile actions, threaten war over... Is it just one location I can threaten over? Oh, I can't actually threaten for their capital. I mean, they'll say no either way, right? Does this immediately force me into a war? Maybe I need to lock in before I do this. Hold on a second. Also, did I pick up the right ships yet? Yes, okay. So we're gonna go ahead and actually make a few heavies. Then with England, we threaten war over... Fakenham, literally not a real place. They say no, so we're now at war. That's fine. England has... It is still like 20,000 levies. Okay, I guess I should bring some people over. I guess. Just a few, though. Gemini doesn't make sense when you literally don't know half the people on the map wherever you are. It does get a little bit ridiculous, I can't lie. Like when I was playing Oman, and it was actually Ming that ended up forming China again. But Ming decided, hey, you need to embargo this country you've never heard of because they were naval hegemon. Like, why? I don't even know you. I don't even know this other country either. Is this a follow through, CB? I don't think it is actually. I think when we threatened war, it just declared war with the CB. Maybe. No, never mind. It is cheaper. I don't know if that's a bug, though. I'm gonna pretend that isn't. So that I don't feel bad about fully annexing England. Oh, dude, come on. Come on, man, this is absurd. All of England, really, for free? Okay, I guess it's not all of England. I guess some of England remains. But, out of curiosity... could a man theoretically annex England? It's looking kinda plausible, folks. Dude, if I pull this off, this will be ridiculous at this point. If I actually get to fully annex England, this is gonna be absurd. I guess we'll find out. I like how this game went from, yeah, let's play Brittany and take over France, to actually, we're gonna annex all of England in a single war. It does make me wonder if there should maybe be more water in my water bottle so I can stop getting voice cracks after 5 hours of streaming. Makes me wonder if there should be an additional limiting factor. Maybe one of the greatest issues with trying to figure out balancing on Paradox games is trying to figure out, like, what you should be allowed to do. How do you account for both, like, the scale of the kind of conquests that Napoleon was able to do, and how, maybe not even just Napoleon, the scale of conquests that, I don't know. Because the Mongols, they use army-based thing for that, and like, okay, I guess that makes sense. Or, like, Rome was able to annex all of, like, Gaul in, like, a single war. But they couldn't just let you do that. And yet they kind of do. Like, sometimes wars ended in almost no border changes, and then sometimes they were like a massive shift in power. It does make me wonder sometimes, why didn't the borders in Europe change that much? For a long time, I mean. Is it because they couldn't? Was it the perceived illegitimacy of taking too much in a war? I don't actually know. What does the one in enemy team mean? I don't know what you're referring to. They changed, but just unification of the countries. The question is why the borders changed so little during the Middle Ages. Not just the Middle Ages, but like, to a degree also the early modern period. Like, they seem kind of locked in quite a bit. I guess my question is, like, why didn't we see another Rome? Why didn't we see another, like, massive country just expand several regions of Europe? Like, I guess the 100 Years' War could have ended up doing that. Maybe. Oh, this thing here? This is just a boat. I'm of the firm belief that the time frame for this game is far too large. Trying to model pre-Renaissance countries all the way to the Enlightenment is way too ambitious. Maybe. The Ottomans? Okay, you make a pretty strong argument. The Ottomans did kind of move in quick, break a lot of things, and make a new empire. That's true. The Ottomans did kind of do that. Yeah, and then we get eventually to Napoleon. So what I mean is mostly like the late Middle Ages to, I don't know, end of the early modern era. I suppose we did actually kind of see empires that did that, but they did it outside of Europe. We saw Portugal build an extensive trading empire outside of Europe. We saw the Ottomans build an empire that spanned mostly outside of Europe. I guess it really depends on your definition, but like, you know, I'm referring mostly to like their ownership of Egypt, for example. We saw Spain made a big empire outside of Europe. Do we count the HRE? It's a little bit of a weird one. You can like half count it, maybe. We saw that, in fact, the Holy Roman Emperor during specific times. Sure. The French crown, okay, that's true. The centralization of France, in a way. You know, France had become pretty big. The Habsburgs, that counts. Spain, yes, but Spain mostly outside of Europe. I guess they did have some things in Europe, that's true. They did have southern Italy, and they did have the lowlands. And the Habsburgs are more like a dynastic sense, but they also did build the Austro-Hungarian Empire. But I guess the origin of my question was more like, why didn't we see that many major conquests something akin to, if I'm remembering this correctly, when Caesar fought against Gaul and kind of just annexed the entire thing at once. Maybe it was because there was no true opposition that could stop that annexation. And then later on, the balance of power within Europe shifted to different regions, which allowed for stronger pushback and like more resilience, I guess, against like one single autocratic state. Alas, we might not be able to fully annex England. This is tragic. It might be doable. I might just have to actually occupy these forts. That could be. If you're talking about Europe, Russia did do that in Eastern Europe over time. That's kind of true, isn't it? Like, the expansion eastward in Russia was, in many ways, kind of like replicating the way that Rome expanded. Maybe. Like, there was a lesser ability to organize like a centralized resistance. And so like large swaths of territory could be taken. I don't even remember what spurred on this question. I don't know. I think it was because I'm about to like fully annex England. So I was like, this is like a massive thing that I feel like I didn't, I don't remember hearing about that much after, after the fall of Rome. And then I thought about it and it's like, actually, I guess that did happen a lot. By the time of the High Medieval Ages, all the various regions had pretty defined cultures. I mean, there's that, but that didn't really end up stopping... That didn't really end up stopping a lot of empires. That didn't really stop the Spanish in southern Italy or in the lowlands. I mean, eventually it did cause problems for them. Sure. Because they had more defined cultures, but like it's not like they had nationalism yet. Most regions. Like, I'd say I would agree with, Ankara Goom here. Every region had pretty well-defined cultures in every era of history. I think it's more like, eventually the relationship between the culture and the state evolved into nationalism. But that would be much later, and it wasn't really an issue for a lot of empires, you know? It was just kind of like being a subject to a monarch sort of thing. The caliphate that rose just after Rome was bigger than Rome, but that was religiously motivated. That is still, like, a pretty decent example. Like, where you have just, a massive new geopolitical force just comes to dominate a region. And that is, like, an example of what I mean. It's like, if we did end up fully annexing England here, I would probably consider this Brittany to be in, like, the same vein. Where, you know, like, rising up, conquering over a major region, and then conquering, like, another major region very quickly. This would be, like, one of those countries. Except I don't think we can actually fully annex England, but, you know, you get the point. If only, right? This looks kind of bad. Why is everything so expensive? It can't be that bad. There's gotta be something I'm missing. Something that's, like, more expensive than it should be. Well, yeah, it's this. It's really just the capital, I think. And South Holland. The Hague is actually not occupied. That could be doing some of it, to be honest. We'll at least siege that and then see where it goes. Let's not forget to build a couple of ships. Why did and still does everyone want to be Rome? It's one of those things where it's like mythologized in the, I guess, the political consciousness of, in particular, a lot of countries that are republics. But not necessarily, because then they have the empire. I don't know. Scrap that part. It's just this idea of being like a massive influential hegemon. And claiming the title of like the continuation of Rome is meant to be like a prestigious thing because they were so important for so long. Because Rome was the first huge geopolitical, cultural, and military domain on all the Mediterranean. Yeah, so it has a lot of significance, particularly in like European politics. Like countries in the West weren't like, hey, we're gonna claim to be the new China, you know? I guess mostly because there was always still a China, even if it took a different form every now and then. But fundamentally, China was always there. But Rome kind of felt like it was gone, in a sense. You know, there was the Holy Roman Empire, but whether or not you considered that Rome, I think a lot of places didn't really. Yeah, well, okay. It's a fair point that Greece was also a pretty important, influential power in the Mediterranean. But I feel like Greece, when we talk about them being influential in the Mediterranean, it's more in like a broader civilizational sense, whereas like Greece as an empire wasn't really a thing. It was like a lot of city-states, a lot of leagues, federations, that kind of thing. Very few times in history was Greece centralized before the rise of Rome, and I guess in a sense, like, you had the Macedonian Empire, right? But that also fell apart really quickly. So while there are some people who would fashion themselves as Alexander, they would think of themselves as this great conqueror, but the Macedonian Empire itself kind of fell into shambles pretty quickly. It had a pretty long-lasting legacy, though, which was pretty impressive, but yeah, of the Roman days, it was the Rome to those guys. Everyone wanted to be like the next Alexander. And then, you know, we had Caesar, and everyone wanted to be the next Caesar. They wanted to be cool like that. Do I just take this printing press? I mean, it's pretty cheap. We're not even spawning. Where did you get this from? What? The printing press spawned in India. Okay, well, I guess it's one of those ones that just kind of develops itself. Well, it's not that expensive to adopt it, I guess. Gives me extra research speed. Spawned in Sri Lanka. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, Greece had pretty significant cultural sway over a lot of the Mediterranean. They did reach as far as Spain, they even reached as far as southern France. But, yeah, I think it was like the lack of centralization that if you're trying to proclaim a new empire or something, right? Like, you're not really proclaiming a new Greece. That didn't really have the same ring to it. Why only 80 ducats a month? You gotta spend money to make money. Or in this case, a lot of it's going to the military, and Diplo spending because of the Empire. Although, could be reduced very slightly. Happy 1444, everyone. Let's go. Whoever said this stream's gonna make it to 1444 was actually kind of right. Because after this war is done, I'm probably gonna end stream. I do want to see if it's still possible for us to annex England if I mean, I don't think it's going to be. But in theory, if we occupy this, it might be. Because, like, yeah, we're 8 above, and the Hag is, like, 15 or something. Like, it costs some ridiculous amount. Because it's a fort and it's not occupied. Why not annex the subjects on the shore? We are currently annexing 2 subjects right now, that's why. And I will probably annex Cornwall soon. These ones, I think I converted them, so I had to wait for them to become loyal again. But of course, I mean, they are loyal now, so... I think what I'll do is probably wait until I'm done integrating these guys, and then go after Cornwall. Now, next question. How do I make the Pope respect that I should be an empire? Because I'm pretty sure we have a papal ban on empires right now, but I should tell the Pope that he's wrong. Let me just double check this real quick. Can't I use favors to make you like me a little bit? No? I have to ally you to make you like me? Maybe. Change religion? Fair. You need to dissolve the HRE to form an empire? That's kind of cringe. But hey, you do what you gotta do, I guess. Hussite Brittany? We did at some point briefly talk about going Occitanian. Or, no, hold on. What's that religion called? Occitanian is the language. The one that is down there, but I forget the name. Not Calvinism. Cathar? Is that the one? The Cathars, that's the one. But I think we missed our window of opportunity. Dude, we're 2 away from fully annexing England? This is a cruel joke. This is a cruel joke and I won't stand for it. Please. Please. This can't be real. Say it ain't so. Two war score. It can't be. I think it's funny. I think it's a funny mechanic that, like, you could full annex a country, or you can leave it like this, like the concept of having a war where you annex almost everything except for like 2 locations of a country is very funny to me. Sometimes you can wait it out to get cheaper war score. I'm probably gonna do that. Like, it's already going to be massive antagonism. We already have a bunch of antagonism. I'll probably start piecing out with other countries, though, to make my life easier. So, this guy, you know, we... Wait, I can liberate the Oval area? What does that even do? I can just liberate the area? What do they mean by that? I'm gonna save and see what that does. I think it makes a new country. I'm fine with that. Oh yeah. What do you know? Okay. I'm convinced this country doesn't actually exist. Where even is that? That seems French. Oh, it's right here. That's why. It is French. I mean, I might as well. It's like right in the middle of my subject. It's basically mine. Oh, it reduces your antagonism. That's weird. Does it really? If it did, it's not by much. Okay, you can leave, I think. Let me just... That's not you. I don't even know where you are. You can leave, that's fine. Liège, you actually don't need to become a vassal, that's okay. Okay, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna wait to see if we can actually get a cheaper war score. I don't know what would contribute to that. Do they lose development when they're occupied or something? Yes, actually. Very much so. That is a significant amount of prosperity reduction. Well, I guess they lose prosperity, but maybe not development. Either way, I'm actually going to use the washroom real quick. I'll be back in just a second. Okay. I'm not very optimistic about us being able to fully annex England, but we're gonna try anyway. Alright, printing press. I do want a few things from this. Max literacy, yup. Diplo capacity, yup. Institution growth, sounds good. Anything else to pick up here? I could pick up permanent levy size, but I feel like we just don't need it at this point. We could take these, I guess. This is alright. Also, does that say makeshift rapiers? Literally unplayable, uninstalling right now. Yeah, we'll grab that, we'll grab that. And I think that's everything from the last stage that I'm actually interested in. Maybe Hulks, I guess. If there's anything else I want, I'll come back for it. I mean, cavalry power, that's nice, but like, our armies are kind of unstoppable. Anyway, then we'll go back and pick up, I guess... Monthly prosperity is kinda nice, I do like that. That's pretty big. Avoid overlord penalties. Yeah, so we did declare war on England and we are trying to annex them. We're not taking anything from a non-English subject. Or rather, you know, nothing from a subject of England, just England itself. Now, does the war score cost actually trend downward? Let's see. We're seeing 10.33. That's not it. We're seeing 10.41, 7.32. Yes, it looks like the war score... Ooh, it did for a second there. Maybe if you reselect. Still negative 2 on that. Since it's only 2, we should be able to have it trend down to the right thing, right? Offensive doesn't decrease war score cost, does it? No. I mean, we'll still take it. Is there anything that decreases war score cost? No. No. I think if I had taken Age 2 diplomatic, it would have allowed me to, but I think there's like one advance if you take diplomatic in a previous era. How are you on the bellicose slider? That's a good question. 55 towards belligerent. That is a really good point. Thank you very much for pointing this out. Thank you, Mustani. You are honorary goat of the channel right now. Your admin efficiency can improve the war score? They have to make these things more obvious. Because what do you mean admin efficiency improves the war score cost? Does it say that anywhere? Where do I even find my admin efficiency? Or is it called, legislative efficiency, that? Or like, efficiency of the cabinet? No, that's not it. Legislative efficiency decreases war score cost. Chat, is this real? I don't think it does. It used to? Okay. Well, we can just wait a few months. Come on, let's see it. We're so close. Oh? Oh? Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to become the pariahs of Europe. The resulting coalition is gonna make the Napoleonic Wars look tame by comparison. I'm gonna save. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It's so peak. It's unbelievably peak. Brings a tear to my eye. Now let's see the damage. That's a lot of damage. It's actually not even that bad. That's the crazy part, like, It doesn't have Denmark or Sweden or Norway or Hungary or Poland or Bohemia or two Sicilies or Castile. Nobody cares. I don't think we even have any more threatening rivals. Who do I even rival after this? Aragon? I mean, I guess. I might as well, right? This truly is a Great Brittany moment. We are so cooked. No, I mean, we're probably fine. We're probably okay. Let me just unpause. It's not even that bad. Like, this is the craziest part. The diplomatic capacity isn't even that bad. Time to start handing out land? Absolutely. So, London. We're gonna give you a couple of things. I will not be respecting the borders of the provinces. I'm going to be handing these out based on vibes. Colonization and annexing for the rest of the game. I think I'm okay with that. After creating the Angevin Empire, I think I'm okay with this. Isn't the Angevin Empire also... Were they supposed to be, something to do with Anjou, right? And that's why it's called the Angevin Empire. And so, like, if you think about it, we're, like, close enough. It's, like, kind of that, but not really, because it's not run by England, but close enough. Do we have any better small subjects to break out of England? You're telling me there are no cores in England? Not a single other core? Not even one? Okay. What do we have over here? Brabant? Yeah, you can exist. That's cool. And then I'm basically gonna make a new Holland, because this Holland, they would love to have their stuff back, but that's kinda too bad. We can release Zealand. There you go, buddy. It's kinda cursed, but that's alright. We have all this to hand out as well. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make some subjects on the coast here. This one's gonna be a subject. I feel like this is also gonna be a subject. Now, I could release England again, but I think because they're a kingdom, they're gonna take up more space. Like, everything I've released so far is, I think, duchy or county rank. But I think if they're a kingdom rank, they increase their diplomatic capacity. So I might just not release England. I could be wrong about that. Make one here, and yeah, I'll just give it the rest of the stuff that we picked up here. It's so peak. Yes, the Angevin Empire is about Anjou. The Plantagenets were from this region, and they spent their time mostly there and in Aquitaine. Okay. Yeah, what do you know? So, like, it's basically the Angevin Empire, but just, like, not... not really. Kind of. And we can marry the heir to Denmark? Absolute cinema. This is so peak. Our heir can marry their heir. Assuming she's still the heir. I mean, hopefully. Hopefully she actually inherits Denmark. It's so peak. Wait, are you gonna stay the heir, though? That's the question, because we have favored son. Let's do a quick check. I don't think your brother's gonna become the ruler. And... their mother's 42. He's 43. I don't think she's having more kids. She seemed to stop having kids 16 years ago. So it's probably a sealed deal. Unless, of course... what's your succession law? Right, so the thing is, like, you have 2 kids. And they're both female, which is why I think she's the heir. Because I think if you have a son, that could mess things up. So honestly, I should be allowed to assassinate him. But aside from that, assuming things work out, this is going to be absolute fire. Hold on, I need to do something real quick. Hold on. Now this is peak. There it is. Just ignore that. Is Brest a city? Okay. Brest is not a city, and it will probably be at some point. The only thing is, like, so much of my money and population is along this one river that moving the capital over here might genuinely be crippling. Like, there's no money here. Okay. Keep it there, but make it a duchy. Alright. Anyway. If your capital is a natural harbor, it's better to keep it where it is. Well, I mean, it is a natural harbor, it's just not as good as the one in Brest. So we have a decent natural harbor, and then we add 3 things onto it to make it a 0.85, and this is pretty solid. Brest, of course, has a natural 1, so it is better as a naval capital. But, of course, because this is so close to this river, and a lot of our economic productivity is already along this river, makes it a little hard to swap. But, of course, if we manage to improve our proximity over naval, it's not really such a big deal. Yeah, we are definitely going to put a naval governor in London. For sure. That is the plan. I feel like population should follow where the capital is over time. I mean, we can put in a lot of effort to intentionally develop the area. It's just that if we do that, there will be an adjustment period. Like, we would have to intentionally build things that aren't the most profitable. Also, not to mention, the market's kind of in here. That is a really big market. But anyway, eventually we'll also annex Paris and put a governor in there. Yeah, just a small coalition. I'll go ahead and improve relations a bit. We'll do that, and we'll do that. Make a city and market in Brest. We could. It would take some investing. My trade income actually sucks right now. And why is that? Did I turn off automated trade? No, it's still on. What did I do? Must have done something. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like we're using all of our all of our stuff here. 15338. This is messed up somehow, isn't it? Let's try to get that to recalibrate a little bit. That's kind of weird. Yes, I know, coalition. Okay, hold on, I might actually turn this off. Yeah, the trade is definitely cooked. Something's not right with this. Like, why are we only trading a little bit? Why don't we trade more? It seems we can trade more. Do we have to like do the manual trade thing to see if we can get more trades going? Why aren't you trading? Yeah, see, now we're making trade income. That's so weird. Getting embargoed by anyone? I don't think so. Like, I just did manual trade, and the manual trade is making me money, but the automated system just isn't enacting the trades that appear to be making me money. Like, if I actually use all of the trade capacity, profitable imports, oops, and profitable exports as well. Okay. And then at the end of the month, oh look, that's crazy. 25 ducats of trade income. When you have it on auto, it's like 5, and then I do it all manually and it's 25. It's a pretty big difference. That's actually a pretty substantial amount of money each month. Considering, you know, we were making like 80 income, 100 income, 25 is kind of a lot. Yeah, so that's why only 80 ducats. It appears the trade system is a little bit broken right now. Aw. Then the second month it's still 15, like it's still above. Well, that's a lot of inflation I have. Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, I didn't account for the silver being produced. Oops. Oh, we'll reduce that. Not actually a big deal, though, apparently. But here's the thing, like, I'm not trying to do manual trade. I'm not going to do that, actually. I'm just going to do this. I am interested to see, will it actually cancel my trades? Or will it keep them if they're profitable? It does kind of seem to keep them if they're profitable, so that's good, but it just doesn't know how to enact new trades, which is kind of weird. Well, anyway, that is pretty much all the time we have for today. It's almost 8 p.m. I've been streaming for almost 7 hours, and I actually haven't eaten anything today. Like, I woke up and I was like, I should schedule a stream. And then I did that, and then I've been streaming. So, we're gonna go ahead and save this as it is. We might come back and play a little bit more of this. Go eat a big meal. Well, the reason I didn't have anything to eat this morning is because last night I went out for a big meal with my friends. We went to, like a buffet place. Actually, it wasn't a buffet. It was an all-you-can-eat, but you had to, like, order it in on a tablet. They have these little robots that go around and you can, like, pat them on the head and it's kind of cool. But anyway, I went to a place like that last night, and I ate a lot. We try to like break a record every time we're there. Let me see, let me pull up the, what was the record from last night? We had 12 people. 12 people at this restaurant. They hate to see us coming, I know they do. I know that when we make a reservation, they know it's us. Because we always walk in with like 12 people. So 12 people. We managed to get, because it tracks it on the tablet. So we got to 25,585 total calories. Which is a massive number. But split across 12 people, of course. So that's why I haven't eaten anything today, because I got home and I basically just passed out. It was a horrible idea to turn it into like a friendly competition. Because we had table 1 versus table 2. It was actually a horrible idea in hindsight, but... Anyway. So I woke up this morning and I wasn't even hungry. But anyway, yeah, it's been like 24 hours. I should eat something. Anyway, thank you all for being here. I will see you sometime later this week. Maybe, I mean, maybe not tomorrow. I'm a little busy tomorrow evening, so I can't stream until like 8, the same way that I did today. But, I don't know, maybe a shorter stream. We'll see. There's going to be another video at least coming out early access soon, so look forward to that if you're one of those people that has that. Either like a YouTube member or a Twitch sub or a Patreon member, of course. And then the video will be released for everyone else soon after. That's going to happen soon, and maybe I'll make a schedule. We'll see. Well, I'll make one for maybe the rest of this week, and at the very least, it will be posted on Twitter. But for now, thank you very much for attending today's stream. Hope to see you guys soon whenever you have the time, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. Bye, bit.